Right, let us begin. Paper one, past paper marathon. Let's see how much paper ones we could get done. Let's make sure we're not just memorizing the answers, but we understand how we get the answers. Some of these questions that we do here, at least some, will probably show up in the exam tomorrow. Let's see the first one. Which of the following types of businesses is formed by two? Should know the answer already. Or more persons.
Partnership.
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 One time. Partnership is owned and controlled by two, minimum of two and maximum of how much?
20.
20, right? And a statement of financial position, expenses owing are listed as
Current liability.
current liabilities. There's things you expect to owe for less than 1 year. So some more people join in. Number 3, read it carefully. Maharaj inadvertently bought 2 cases of expired mushrooms from B&B supermarket. He returned the items. So he bought them, he purchased them, and he returned them.
Purchase return.
Thank you.
Purchases return.
Purchase returns. Number 4, which of the following ledgers are most nominal accounts found?
Consumer. General.
The general journal. The general ledger, records all real and nominal accounts. Real accounts are the tangible accounts, like motor vehicle, computer, cash. Nominal accounts are the intangible ones, like your expenses, for example. All of those are recorded in a general ledger. Your sales ledger records all of your personal accounts for your account receivables, people that owe you money. And your purchases ledger records all the personal accounts for your trade payables, people you owe money. Number 5, which of the following categories would a credit union fall under? What kind of cooperative?
Commercial.
A financial, right? Because it deals with money. Number 6, which of the following actions the company take if it is likely to incur bad debts?
Prevent such losses. A.
A.
We create a provision for doubtful debts. Number 7,
C.
which of the following contain
C.
asset accounts only? Correct. It can't be A, because it have capital. Can't be B, it have capital. They even reach the bank loans and mortgages yet. D has bank overdraft, which is a liability. It has to be E. C. Number 8, which of the following formulae represents the correct accounting equation for calculating assets?
D.
It can't be A or B, because both of them had assets in it. That would make sense. So the answer is D. Which of the following features is associated with a private limited company?
A.
So a version of this comes where one of the answers is family owned. A private company does not have to be family owned. I can start up a private limited company with Zachary and Annalise today, and none of us are related. Right? It's very often family owned, but it doesn't have to be. Number 10, which of the following items is a capital expenditure?
B.
D.
D.
D as in dog.
Revenue expenditure is like your day-to-day operations, your normal expenses, and capital expenditure is when you buy a non-current asset or you make improvements to a non-current asset. Number 11. Which one of these is the most permanent? Which one is the hardest to change to cash?
A.
Mm-hmm. The premises. Number 12. What does the electronic clock card record?
B.
Which one? B?
B.
Right.
B.
I said the clock into work, so you see what time they reach and what time they leave. Number 13. Why do we
Well,
form
I
partnerships?
think you live yet that, but I want I class
Yeah.
that upon that.
D.
Mm-hmm.
D.
D.
Correct. Or 3. Number 14. Control accounts. Why do we have control
Locate
accounts?
error.
To
Locate
help
errors.
locate errors, right? 15. Which are the following accounts where depreciation of office machines be transferred to?
C.
C.
Profit and loss.
The profit and loss account. Now, if they had said depreciation of factory machinery, then
Manufacturing.
you could have put manufacturing account, huh?
So it can't also be in the appropriation account.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, no. My bad.
Yeah, it doesn't go
It
there.
could?
No.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Number 16. A company clears a dividend of 15%. What is the value of the dividend warrant? Um,
B.
um,
225.
225, right? Because the $1,501 ordinary shares, $1,500. 15% of $1,500 is 225. Number 17. Next one, a lot of people get wrong, right? They said on the 1st of March, Mr. Arthur purchased $600 worth of inventory for resale. He received a 3% trade discount. Trade discounts are given immediately. So he gets that 3% trade discount one time. So I'm going to minus that 3%.
392.
600, so minus 3%. That will leave me with how much?
582.
582.
All right. And then they say the invoice also stated 2% 20 days, net 30 days. That means if he pays within 20 days, he'll get a 2% discount, but he must pay the full amount within 30 days. He settled this amount on the 15th, which is within the 20 days, right?
Yeah.
So he gets the 2% discount. The 2% discount is 2% of 582. So I'll take 582 and minus 2%, and that will give
1164.
me 570
and
and
36.
36 cents. If
Yeah.
you are just add the 3 and the 2% together and minus it from 600, you'd have gotten 570, and that would be wrong. You have to minus the trade discount first, and then the cash discount is on the remainder.
Okay.
Sir, can go over, please.
Did it over? All right, no
Answer.
problem. So when he bought the goods for resale, he received a 3% trade discount. The trade discount is applied immediately. So I would minus 3% from $600, and that will leave me with $582. The invoice stated that he will get a 2% discount if he pays within 20 days, but he must pay the full amount within 30 days. This transaction happened on the 1st, and he paid it on the 15th, which is less than 20 days, which means he earns the 2% discount. So instead of taking the 2% of 600, what he's supposed to do is take 2% of the 582, the amount after minus the trade discount. So then minus 2% from 582, I get $570.36. What some people do They add the 3% and the 2% together and they minus it from 600. That's wrong. You have to minus the 3% first and then calculate the 2% on the remainder. Everybody good?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Number 18. This question is very repeatable. Mr. Abel and Mrs. Blue purchased inventory on credit from Mr. Kane. The inventory was valued at $50 and $75 respectively. Another customer paid cash for inventory amount of $550. Mr. Kane took inventory at cost for himself amounting to $500. Which of the following figures represents the total of his sales? So when Mr. Abel and Mrs. Blue bought from Mr. Kane, would that be sales from Mr. Kane?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Another customer paid for inventory with $550 cash. Would that be sales from Mr. Kane?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Kane took goods for himself. Would that be sales from Mr. Kane?
No.
No.
No, that'll be drawings.
That will be drawings. So let's count in the 75, the 50, and the 550.
It would be C, 675.
75.
Correct. Number 19. The only closing balance is simply add up the larger side and minus the smaller side from it. 20,000 plus 2,000 is 22,000. 22,000 take away 15,000. That's how much?
7,000 D.
Mhm. Number 20. Rent expense, which is still
One number 19, please.
sure. To get the balance of an account, you add up the larger side and you subtract the smaller side from it. The larger side would be the debit side, right? And this side larger than the credit side.
Yes, sir.
All right, so adding up that 20,000 plus 2,000, that gives you how much?
22,000.
And I subtract the smaller side, which is 15,000. 22,000 take away 15,000. How much I get?
7,000.
And that's how we get the 7,000.
Okay, sir.
Number 20. Rent expense, which is still owing at the end of the period, must be debited in the profit and loss account and shown in the finance statement of financial position as a liability. What accounting concept is that?
Okay.
The accruals concept. All right, we 1/3 down. Number 21 refers to the following balances at the end of the financial period. What's the total value of assets?
C,
See, what will be the assets?
motor vehicles,
Mm-hmm.
accounts receivable, and building.
Mm-hmm. Good job. Arrange this in order of liquidity. The one that is easiest to change to cash would go first. So it
A.
can't
A.
A.
A,
It couldn't be C or D because they didn't start with cash in hand. All right, so with cash in hand, cash at bank, account receivable. Order of permanence is the opposite direction. All right, 23. When a proprietor withdraws cash or other assets from a business, what effect does this have on the business drawings or capital accounts?
B,
B.
E.
B. So your drawings would increase, which decreases your capital. So if you have drawings increase or capital decrease, that will be the answer. In this case, they do have drawings increase. They just have capital decrease. So you put the answer as B. So far, so good. Number 24. Tap bought inventory for $500 on credit. When you buy goods on credit, what journal does that go into?
Purchases.
Purchases journal. When you sell goods on credit, where does it go?
Sales journal.
If I sold something for cash, where would it go?
Cash book.
Cash book.
Cashbook.
Very good. Just checking. And in this case, he bought on credit, so purchases journal. Right. 25. In an effort to raise capital, a company offered 200 5% debentures at $100 each for subscription. What does that 5% indicate? C. 5% is the amount of interest that the company will have to pay. Right, so think of a debenture as a loan. And that 5% is the interest on the loan. Number 26. This comes fairly often, but not that often. I really like this question. The working capital of A. Young and Sons is $15,500, and the value of current assets is $16,500. What is the total current liabilities?
A.
How did you get A?
A minus 16,500 from 50.
Correct. So your working capital is equal to current assets minus current liabilities. They said working capital of A. Young and Sons was 15,500. So 15,500 is equal to, they said current assets was 16,500. 16,500 take away what? Will give you 15,500. The only answer that could have worked would have been A. 16,500 take away 1,000 will give you 15,500. Number 27. When a net loss is incurred, how does this impact the capital of a sole proprietorship?
B.
B.
B. Right? Net profit adds to the capital. Net loss subtracts from the capital. Number 28.
So you could go over that one more time, please.
Sure. Do you know your mom in your balance sheet, right? When you're doing your
Yes, sir.
capital section, it's capital at start or opening capital, add net profit minus drawings gives you closing capital. You remember this part in your balance sheet?
Yes, sir.
Right. So when it's net profit, it increases your capital, right? Which is also known as the equity. But when it's a loss, it does the opposite. When it's a loss, instead of adding the profit, you would minus the loss. So a loss reduces the equity.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
No problem. Number 28, they want to know the inventory at the end of Jan. So you need to know this formula, your cost of goods sold formula, which is opening inventory, add net purchases minus closing inventory. And that will give you a cost of goods sold, right?
Sir, D.
D is correct. Let me just work it out for those who are not sure how you get D, right? They said opening inventory was 1,500. They said net purchases was 1,200. We don't know how much closing inventory is, but we know when we minus it, we're supposed to get cost of goods sold, which is 1,400. 1,500 plus 1,200 is 2,700. So that means 2,700 minus our closing inventory is supposed to equal 1400. So just to find out 2700 minus what will give you 1400. And we can just minus the 1400 from 27 to find that out. And that's how you got 13. Right? If you can't remember or the algebra part give you trouble, then you could just try out different numbers. 27 minus 300, that is not 1400. 27 minus 500, that is not 1400. 27 minus 700, that is not 1400. 27 minus 1300, aha! That's 1400. So it has to be D. Number 29 and 30, again, you need to know this formula. Opening inventory, add purchases minus closing inventory equals cost of goods sold. In this case, it has no opening inventory, right? So it's just purchases minus closing inventory will give you a cost of goods sold. They want to know the gross profit under FIFO. So to calculate my cost of goods sold, I will take my purchases and I'll minus my closing inventory under FIFO valuation. 10,000 take away 5,000 is how much?
5,000.
So my cost of goods sold is 5,000. So if my sales is 45,000 and my cost of goods sold is 5,000, how much is my gross profit?
40,000.
40,000. Sales minus cost of goods sold. If they ask me LIFO, what's the next one you ask? If they ask AVCO then, I'll calculate my cost of goods sold, which would be purchases minus closing stock under AVCO. 10,000 take away 3,000 is
7,000.
7,000. So if my sales is 45,000 and my cost of goods sold is 7,000, how much is my gross profit?
38,000.
38,000. So 30 would be C. 38,000.
I'm
See,
confused.
I'm gonna do it again. But you see, that means you need to know, even though you're not doing paper 2 anymore, you still need to know your income statement formulas. Net sales take away cost of goods sold equals gross profit. To calculate your cost of goods sold, it's opening stock, add net purchases minus closing stock. This question doesn't have any opening stock, so it's just net purchases minus closing stock. So the first one, our net purchases
It's 10,000.
is 10,000. And our closing stock, because they want us to calculate it under FIFO. So for our closing stock, we would use the FIFO valuation. So less closing inventory,
It's
which is
5.
5,000. And that will give us 10,000 minus 5,000 would give us a cost of goods sold of 5,000. My net sales is 45,000.
And then
So my gross profit, which is net
it's
sales
5.
minus cost of goods sold, would be the 45,000 minus the 5,000. And that's how I got this 40,000 here. For the next one, they wanted gross profit under AVCO. So I had to calculate cost of goods sold using the AVCO closing stock. So I'll take it had no opening stock. So I'll take my purchases, which is 10,000, and minus closing stock. But in this case, I'm using the AVCO valuation, the 3,000.
Just 7,000.
10,000 minus 3,000 will give me cost of goods sold of
7,000.
7,000.
And then sales, subtract 7,000.
Right. I'll take to get my gross profit, I'll take my sales of 45,000 and minus my cost of goods sold, which is 7,000 in this case. My gross profit equal 45,000 minus 7,000, and that's how I got C,
30,000.
38,000. Understand a little better now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Number 31. So if they give you this, which is a bank reconciliation question, to go from a cash book balance to a bank statement balance, the formula is revised cash book balance, add unpresented checks, minus late lodgements. And that will give you your bank statement balance.
Sorry, D.
D is correct. So it will be 560. That's your cash book balance.
Plus 120.
Add unpresented checks of 120, correct? Minus your lodgements of 150. And that will give you 530. As our next
So this one
formula.
was straightforward.
Yeah, it's straightforward. But once you remember your format, revise cash book, add unpresented checks minus late lodgements. Once you remember that, then it's easy. Number 32. Rose contributed 7,000 in cash and a motor vehicle worth 3,000 to a partnership. Rose contribution to the partnership would be recorded as how?
C.
C.
C is the answer, correct? Number 33. On preparing the final accounts, a business omitted to include return inwards. Which of the following items is affected by that omission? What will be affected by it?
The gross profit and net purchase.
Right. Net sales and gross profit. 1 and 3. Number 34. The drawings of a cash book for 620 was entered in the cash book, but not in the drawings account. The journal entry to record this error would be? What do you think?
So would it be D, suspense drawings?
Suspense drawings. Alright, so because it was entered in the cash book, but not in the drawings account, that means the debit side and the credit side aren't equal, right? Because it was entered in one account, but not the other. Once the debit side and the credit side not equal, you have to use the suspense account. So your answer must include the suspense account. That automatically disqualifies B and C. Right? So it was not entered in the drawings account. Drawings is always what?
So what about A?
That's what I'm now asking. Drawings is always what? Debited or credited?
Debited.
Alright, remember
Debit.
Pride? Pride stands for purchases, return inwards, drawings, expenses. Those accounts are always debited. So drawings is always debited. So to correct this, we have to debit drawings because that's what was supposed to happen. And then the next account will automatically be the suspense account. Alright, so just remember, once the debit side and the credit side are not equal, when you're correcting the error, one of the entries will be suspense account. If you knew that, you'll drop your choices from 4 choices to 2 one time. You know it's between A and D. Alright, number 35. A businessman offers a reduction in price for prompt payment per inventory purchased. Under which column in the 3-column cash book would this reduction be entered? He
C.
offered
Discount
the
allowed.
discount.
C.
C, correct. Because he offered the discount, it would be discount allowed. If he got the discount, then it would have been discount received. Number 36. When comparing the books of a limited company with the books of a sole trader, which of the following items in the statement of financial position would differ the most?
The capital.
The
D.
capital. The capital is really different. In the sole trader, you just have capital at start, add net profit minus joins. In the limited liability company, you have ordinary shares, preference shares, reserves, retained earnings, authorized shares. It's completely different. 37. An article is subject to a 20% trade discount. If the list price is 600, what is the sale price?
480.
480. Simple. Just minus 20%. Number 38 refers to the following account balances taken from the ledger of a sole trader. The total of the credit side. So assets will be on which side? The debit side or credit side?
Debit.
Debit.
Liabilities and capital would be on the
Credit.
credit side. For the other accounts, I always tell you, well, my students, pride. Pride stands for purchases, return inwards, drawings, and expenses. These are always debited. All other accounts credited. So equipment is an asset, so that will be on which side?
Debit.
Debit
Debit.
side. Rent prepaid is an asset. Prepaid
Asset.
expense is an asset, so that will be on the
Debit side.
debit side. Sales is not asset, liabilities, or capital. Is it part of pride?
No.
No.
So that means it
No.
is
Debit.
credit.
Credited.
Pride is always debited. Once it's not part of pride, it's on the debit side.
Ah.
Discount allowed is an expense. Is expenses part of pride?
Yes, sir.
So that means it's going to be debited. Debentures is a big word for loan. Think of it as a big word for loan. Loan is a liability. Liability will be on which side?
The
Credit.
credit side.
Side.
Credit side. So that will be 30,000 plus 9,000, which is how much?
39.
1,000.
39,000. Number 39. 39,000, number 39. Mrs. Green is a dry goods merchant. Which of the following transactions would result in a debit in her cash account? When you get money, you put it on the
She
debit
sold
side.
A.
Correct. Sold inventory for cash. Number 40. What value should be recorded for the closing inventory? This is just a long maths question. 100 by 60 plus 80 by 100. 80 by 100 plus 50 by 84 plus how much is it to be? What the answer is that?
D.
D is correct. 24,500. You just have to multiply each of them and add them up together. Simple as that. Number 41. A vehicle costing 80,000 is expected to depreciate at a rate of 10% per year. Using a straight line method, what will be the total depreciation for the vehicle after 3 years? The total depreciation using the straight line method. So in the straight line method, the depreciation does not change every year. It's the same amount every year. And you calculate, if they give you a percentage, you calculate it by taking the percentage and multiplying it by the cost.
You get 8,000.
Right. And it's for 3 years. 8,000 by 3.
C.
24,000.
24,000. So when it's a straight line method and they give you a percentage, you take the percentage and multiply it by the cost of the item. And that's the same depreciation you're charging every year. When it's reducing balance method, just saying, it's the value of the asset. So after the first year it will be 80,000 by 10%, which is 8,000. But then the second year, because it lost $8,000 in value, its new value would have been 72,000. It would have been 10% of 72,000. And you'll keep going like that. That's if it was the reducing balance method. But when it's the straight line method, it's the percentage multiplied by the cost. Number 42. Ishani's cafeteria does not keep a complete set of accounting records. The bookkeeper provides the following information. What is the balance of the sales ledger control account?
450.
You see that quick? You do the question before?
Yep.
That's what's happened when you do a lot of past papers. Good, but let's still calculate it, right? I'm going to show you all 2 ways you can do it. So you start the first thing first. They want the sales ledger control account balance. They didn't ask for total sales. They just want the sales ledger control account balance. So we don't care about cash sales. We start off with your account receivable balance of 700.
You add
With,
it out.
with credit sale, exactly. With credit sales increase, how much you owing? How much people owe you or decrease it? If you sell stuff on credit, will people owe you more money or less money?
More money.
More money. Say add this. If people pay you what they owe you, would they owe you more money or less money?
Less money.
Say minus this. So it'll be 700 plus 1,000, which is 1,700, minus 1,250. And that is how you get the 450. Another way you could do it is if you understand it better with a T account, you could draw up a T account. You start off with a balance on the debit side, and you know anything that's increasing how much they owe you, your debit. Anything that's decreasing how much they owe you, your credit. So credit sales increasing how much they owe you, say debit that. Credit sales, 1,000. Cash received from account receivable, that decreases how much they owe you. So you credit that. Cash, 1,250. And then you balance the account. And the balancing figure would be your answer. You add the 1,700 and minus the 1,250. You get a balance of 450. Whichever one easier for you, you do it. It don't matter. Once you get the correct answer. Me personally, I like the first one. Number 43. What is the correct closing total for the sales account? The simplest answer is the correct answer.
C.
C. Your cash sales plus your credit sales. Everything else here, irrelevant. You just put that data chain up. You just have to take your cash sales, add it to your credit sales. Number 44. Karen, my bad, Karen, and Kat, partners in a business, share profits and losses in a ratio of 2-1. What would be the respective shares if the business makes a net profit of 3,600?
A.
Right. The fraction would be 2/3 and 1/3, right? So 2/3 and 1/3. I
Yeah.
get the denominator by adding the 2 and the 1 together. So Karen gets 2/3 of 3,600, which is 2,400. And God gets 1/3, which is 1,200. Number 45. In the books of a partnership, the salaries of a partner should be what?
D.
D.
Credited to the partner's current account. Very good. So your share profits, salaries, interest on capital, that goes on the credit side. Your drawings and interest on drawings go on the debit side. Number 46. Amalgamated Components was a private company until it admitted additional shareholders by selling shares on the stock exchange. What kind of company it is now?
B.
Once you're selling shares on the stock exchange, you're a public company. Number 47. Which of the following list of activities shows the correct order of the stages in accounting cycle before final accounts?
B.
B.
B, correct. The source documents, then journals, then ledgers, then the trial balance, then your final account, which is your income statement and your statement of financial position. Have a song by singing now. Number 48. Which of the following conditions would a trial balance still balance? So before we go through it, as long as your debit side and your credit side are equal, your trial balance is going to balance. So the first
C.
one, let's see. The first one, a transaction was completely left out. Would the debit side and the credit side be equal still?
Yeah. Yeah.
Then it's going to balance. The second one, both the debit and credit entry were overstated by the same amount. Would the debit side and credit side be equal?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Right? Then it's going to balance. Both the debit and credit entry were understated by the same amount.
Same value.
It's
Yeah.
going to balance. So it will be all three. So the answer is D. 1, 2, and 3. All right, so far so good. Number, so I'm seeing anybody in the waiting room? No. Number 49. How would the purchase of equipment on credit affect a firm's statement of financial position?
A.
A, correct, because you have more equipment, so it increases your assets, but you bought it on credit, so your liability also increases. Number 50. What is your total provision for bad debts? So to get your provision for bad debts, you just have some calculations to do here. It will be 3% of 6,000 plus 2% of 4,000 plus 1% of 8,000.
You just multiply them by the yes.
Is multiply the three of them and then add up.
Yeah.
So calculate it for me.
It will be B. The first one is 180. The second one will be 80, and the last
Third
one
one will be 80 as well.
yeah.
So that's 180 plus 160, which is 340. Good job. Home stretch. Last 10. And we started this at 5:45. You have an hour and a half to do this in the exam. 51 to 53 refers to the following statement of financial position. They want to know what is the total value of non-current assets. What's the total value of non-current assets here?
C.
C, 14,500. Your lease equipment, furniture, your leasehold premises, furniture, fittings, and equipment adds up to 45,000.
Yeah.
Then they say, what is the closing capital? It's right there.
A.
Correct. Capital at start minus a loss minus a joins equals a capital at end. So it will be A. So this here is not a closing capital. This is capital plus a liabilities. What is your working capital? What's the formula for working capital again?
Current assets minus current liabilities.
liabilities.
Right, so what's your total current asset here?
14,500.
No, that's your total fixed assets. What's your total?
8,800.
8,800. And what's your total current liabilities?
3,300.
3,300. So it will be 8,800. Take away 3,300. 5,500.
B.
Correct. Procurement gas. 54. The account receivable is unable to pay an outstanding debt of 450. However, an agreement was made that he would pay 30 cents for every dollar owed. How would the payment be recorded? So 30 cents by 450 is 135.
It will be B.
It'll be B. You get in cash, so you'll have to debit your cash 135, and then you would credit your account receivable 135. 55. Almost every year this comes. What does the 529,800 represent?
Net sales.
Your net sales. What does the 185,530 represent?
Gross profit.
All right. Number 46, a pretty long one. Number 46 refers to the following information about Jane and Max, who are partners that
The
share.
number 56.
That's what we're doing 56.
So you
Number-
said 46.
Oh, my bad, my bad. Number 56 refers to the following information about Jane and Max, who are in a partnership that share profits the ratio 3:2. If it was to change that into fractions, that would be 3/5 and 2/5, because I add the 3 and the 2, right, to get 5. That's how you get a denominator. So it will be 3/5 and 2/5. They want to know how much money Max received. To calculate that, I need to calculate the profits to be shared, which starts off as a net profit, add interest on drawings, minus interest on capital, minus any salaries. And that will give me my profits to be shared. So you even need to know your whole appropriation account just for a 1 mark multiple choice question. So your net profit 23,500, add the interest on drawings, which is 290, minus the interest on capital, minus 3,000, minus any salaries 2,500. And what I remain with is 18,290. That's the profits to be shared. Max is the 2, so Max is getting 2/5. So I'll multiply that by 2/5, and that will give me 7,316.
Yeah.
So you see, you need to know your whole appropriation account for partners just to get 1 mark. Number 57 and 58 refer to the following information. Hands and Feet Company, they need to get a new person to get these company names, boy. And these people names, boy, they don't even trying. Jeez, you must just scratch on your foot and say, aha, I'm going to name it Hands and Feet. Anyway, Hands and Feet Company presented the summary of a payroll record for an employee. They say, what is the total value of the statutory deductions.
A.
The statutory deductions are the ones that are mandatory by law, and that would be your national insurance and your income tax. So very good. A is indeed the answer. And they said 58. What is the total value of the employee's net wages?
A as well.
Let's see. We have our gross profit, which is
10,000.
gross wages, sorry, which is 10,000. We have to minus national insurance. You have to minus income tax. What do we do with salesman commission?
Yeah,
You have to add it because there's a form of income you're getting. And then we minus the credit union deduction. That
A.
comes up to
6,000.
indeed a 6,000, 6,003, 6,050. Yep, A is correct. Number 59. What conclusions, this question comes fairly often. What conclusions could be drawn from the above appropriation account? The first one, the company is engaged in profitable enterprise. Did the company make a profit?
Yes.
So yes, so I could assume that. So one is good. Number two, the company is not doing so well. Could I assume that?
No.
No, I can't. They make a profit. I don't know. I don't have enough information to know if that profit is good for their standards or not. I just know that they made a profit. I can't assume that they're not doing so well. And the third one, more dividends can be given to shareholders. Well, once I add up everything here, which I did, and it turned out to be less than this, that means I could afford to put more money to ordinary shareholders because I have more money available. So it will be 1 and 3.
3 only.
Last one. The current allowance for doubtful debts is 500. Our business's accounts receivable at the end of the financial year is 10,000, and the allowance for doubtful debts is now 4%. 4% of 10,000 is how much?
400.
All right. So it was 500, now it's 400. In provision for doubtful debts, we record the change. If it increased, how much it increased by? If it decreased, how much it decreased by?
It decreased by 100.
Alright. So it decreased by 100, and D is the only one that has 100 in it. So automatically we know the answer has to be D. And that is the end of POA May 2025. Let us move on to our another paper. All right, 2023 now. Number 1, this question has come often. The total credit of the bank column of a 3-column cash book is greater than the total debit. The most likely reason is what?
A.
A bank overdraft.
A bank
A.
overdraft, correct.
A.
Number 2, in the statement of financial position, we saw this question. Expenses owing will be recorded where?
Liabilities.
Current liabilities.
Current liabilities.
You also saw number 3 before.
Sales.
Maharaj bought 2 cases
The purchases
Purchase
returned.
and
returns.
returned it.
Purchases return.
Right. Make sure and read the whole question. Number 4, you want to know the balance of the sales ledger control account. We saw this question. We know the
So
cash sales wouldn't be there.
450.
It'll be 450. We have 700. We add the credit sales. We minus the cash received. Number 5. Accounting is the process of
All of the above.
D.
all of the
Yeah,
above. Number 6. Which of the following actions should a company take if it is likely to incur bad debts?
Provide for such
Provide.
Provide for
losses.
such
provide for such
losses.
losses.
Did this question already. Number 7. Which of the following will be shown in the appropriation account for a limited liability company?
B.
So director's remuneration is an expense, and that is recorded in the income statement. It does not go in the
Says 1
appropriation
and 2.
account.
1
So
and 3.
just 1
Sorry.
and 3. Right, director's remuneration, income statement only.
So what is recorded in the appropriation account?
Say that again. What goes in the appropriation account?
Yeah.
Alright, so the appropriation account, the whole purpose of it is to make adjustments to your net profit, also known as the retained earnings, right? You would have your retained earnings or your net profit for the year. Add any retained earnings from the previous year, and then you'll minus any dividends to be paid to shareholders and any transfers to reserves. That's the appropriation account for limited liability companies. Net profit, retained earnings from the previous year, minus any dividends to be paid, minus transfers to reserves.
Okay, so thanks.
No problem. Number 8. Merrill Industries operates a 40-hour work shift per week. Overtime is paid at a time and a half. Employees are paid $50 an hour. What is the gross pay of an employee who worked a 49-hour shift?
D.
Yes, I
D.
will be sending the papers. How much I got?
D.
D.
Two.
Alright. So you pay working regular pay, which is 40 hours,
By 50.
multiply by 50, which is 2,000, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't work. No, that's so small, right? But you didn't work 40 hours, you work 49 hours. The 9 hours extra is overtime. They said overtime is paid at time and a half. So I'll take that 9, multiply it by the $50 an hour, and because it's paid at time and a half, I'll multiply it by 1.5 or 1.5. And that will give me 675.
75.
2,000 plus 675 will give me 2,675. That's how you get D. Number 9, you need to know this formula. They love to bring this formula. That is opening capital, add the net profit, minus drawings, equals
1860.
closing capital. 1860 is the answer. The opening capital is 3,900. We don't know what net profit is. Drawings, according to the question, is 900. And this is supposed to equal to a closing capital of 4,860. Right? 3,900 minus 900 is 3,000. So 3,000 plus the net profit is equal to 4,860. And from there is just to do some algebra. Alright, so you have two things you could do. You could do algebra. So I can move this 3,000 to the next side and make it negative. And I'll have net profit equals 4,860 minus 3,000, which is 1,860. Or I could play mix and match. 3,000 plus 900. Now that does not add up to 4,860. 3,000 plus 960. Now that doesn't add up to it. 3,000 plus 1860. Hey! This adding up to its exact. is the answer. We did this just now. Which of one of these is capital expenditure?
D.
B. Capital expenditure is when you buy or make improvements to non-current assets. Number 11, a business receives 5,000 for rent received and deposits this amount into the bank account. How would this transaction be recorded?
D.
D. When you get money, you debit. So you have to debit your bank account. And that's the only one with bank account being debited. Revenue is always credited. So you credit revenue. Number 12 is another one that comes real often. I don't even have to look at it and I know the answer. See?
Yeah.
But let's still go through it, right? K can, a debtor of A and B Enterprises, settles his debt of 120 less 2.5% trade discount with 2.5% discount. How should this be recorded? 2.5% discount is $3. 120 minus $3 is 117, which means he's paying 117. So we have to debit our bank 117. So that eliminates A one time, that eliminates B one time. We gave them a discount of $3. That would be discount allowed because we are giving the discount. So that means this is good. This one isn't good because it doesn't have discount allowed, it has discount received. So I know the answer is C already. And then after credit, K can the 120 because he doesn't owe the 120 anymore. Number 13, partnerships are formed for the purpose of what?
D.
D.
Right. We did this one before as well. And we did number 14 as well. Control accounts are kept to
E.
locate errors. Number 15, you want to know the value of opening stock. So I'm gonna put a little formula on the board. Opening inventory
So
and
C.
see, let's see. I didn't mean to do that. Add net purchases, which is purchases, add carriage nodes, less
I think it might be B. Sorry.
purchase returns, minus closing stock will give you a cost of goods sold. So we don't know what opening stock is, but we know when we add purchases and we add carriage inwards and we minus return outwards and we minus closing stock, we get in cost of
500.
goods sold of 5,500. So what we could do to calculate what our opening inventory is we could work backwards. So I could go this way. So it'll be 5,500, add back the 1,000, add back the next 1,000, minus that 500, minus that 5,000. So I work backwards, and that will give me my opening inventory. So
B.
5,500, add 1,000. How much I get? B?
B.
Add 1,000 minus 500 minus 5,000. And yep, B is indeed correct, 2,000. Number 16, the total of the sales they book will be posted to where? The total of the sales they book would be a total credit sales. Where would that be posted to?
To C.
A sales account on the credit side. Sales is always credited. Number 17, a trader received a 4,000, an invoice of 4,000 less 25% trade discount. What is 25% of 4,000?
1,000.
1,000. So I have to minus 1,000 from the 4,000.
3,000.
3,000, right? Subsequently, he returned 1/8 of the goods. What amount will be entered in the return outwards?
375 A.
Right. 1/8 of the 3,000, which is 375. Number 18, we did this already. How I get that? So a minus 25% trade discount. 25% of 4,000 is 1,000, right? I minus that from the 4,000. So I got 3,000. And then they said he returned 1/8 of the goods. So I calculated 1/8 of 3,000. So 3,000 multiplied by 1 divided by 8. Or that's 3,000 over 8, however you want to put it. And I got 375. We did 18. 18 was what again? Miss
C.
C, the 675.
675.
And we know when Mr. Abel and Mrs. Blue purchased goods, that was sales. When the other customer paid cash for goods, that was sales. But when Khan took goods for himself, that wasn't sales. That was drawings. Number 19, which of the following accounts are nominal? Those are the intangible accounts. Which ones?
A.
A. Wages and rent. Number 20, what is the total value of non-current assets?
A. 9,000.
The total value of non-current assets? You sure? We have furniture, which alone is 10,000.
Sorry.
Oh, wait.
So for
42.
C.
I calculate the wrong thing. It would be
It'll be
42,000.
It'll be
42,000.
42,000. All right. So far, so good. 21. Which of the following resources could be considered the most permanent?
A.
A. Premises, right? That's the hardest one to change to cash. 22. Order liquidity. We did this one.
A.
A.
23. A proprietor withdraws.
B.
B.
B, right? Capital account will decrease. Number 24. Mr. Smith did not keep proper records. Started business with 10,000 in bank. He used the vehicle and building with 6,000 and 15,000. As part of the business, customers owed 4,000. She withdrew 1,500 for personal use and owed creditors 2,000.
You have to add the assets.
What's the formula for capital?
Capital total asset minus total liability.
That's the first thing we're gonna do. What will be our assets here?
Bank, vehicle, building, account receivable. And that will be 35,000.
That adds up to 35,000. What will be the liability?
Accounts payable,
Right, 35,000 minus 2,000 is?
33,000.
But then they ask us for closing capital. Closing capital is, you have to add in net profit, which we have none here, and minus drawings. We have drawings. So you have to minus our drawings.
C.
Here, when you minus at 1,500, you get C. Number 25. Which of the following outcomes or results when opening inventory of raw materials is added to net purchases of raw materials? What do you get?
D.
D.
Not C.
D.
So D.
D. Correct. Not C. You'll have to minus a closing stock to get cost of raw materials used. Number 26, we did already. What's the answer?
A.
So,
A. Number 27, we did already.
480 B.
480. That is minus the 20%. Number 28. It refers to receipts and payments account. And they want to know the cash balance. So we get money, we add it. Spend money, we minus. Subscriptions received. Add or minus?
Add.
Rent paid.
Minus.
Minus.
So we on 240. Purchase of equipment.
Minus.
So 240 minus 150 be on 90. Postage of circulars.
Minus.
Minus. So we on 70. Proceed from book sales.
Add. Add.
So we on 320.
C.
Make sure you have your calculators.
Could you go right, please?
C.
Show us now. So all the money we get, we add. The money we spend, we subtract. Subscription received, that is what members pay to be part of the club. So that is the money we get in. Rent paid, self-explanatory, spending that money. We purchase equipment, we spending that money, so we minus. We pay to post our mail. That's money we spending. So we minus. We had a book sale, we get money, we add. So it's 300 minus 60 minus 150 minus 20 plus 250. And that will give you C, 320.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Number 29 repeats so much, it is repeating OA paper as well.
C.
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 They add up your total cost, which adds up to 6,400 and divided by your total units. 6,400 divided by 640 is 10. Number 30, which of the following entries in a 3-column cash book is a contra entry?
A.
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 The cash and bank must be affected. One of them being debited, one of them being credited. 31 we did.
550.
530.
530, sorry.
You take your cash book balance, you add unpresented checks minus late lodgements. Now, just to note, if they had given you a bank statement balance and asked you to calculate the cash book balance, you're doing the opposite. Instead of adding unpresented checks and minus late lodgements, You minus unpresented checks and add late lodgements. So just remember that. If they give you the bank statement balance and ask you to get the cash book balance, you're doing the opposite of what you're doing now. Number 32 we did.
C.
C.
Debit cash, debit motor vehicle, credit rules, capital. 33, what's the total on the trial balance? So the total of the debit side and the total of the credit side. Machine will be on which side?
The debit side,
The
because
debit
it's
side.
Inventory.
Debit
Debit.
side.
Purchases.
Credit.
Debit
Credit.
side.
Purchases is part of
Debit.
pride. Always debited.
Sissy.
Sales.
Credit.
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 Capital.
Credit.
Credit.
So D.
D. The debit side adds up to 8,000. The credit side adds up to 8,000. Number 34. They want to know what is the cost of goods produced. So we have to add up all of our direct costs, then add our indirect costs, then add opening work in progress, and minus closing work in progress.
C.
C.
See? Let me just make sure. I just never remember for COD. So direct cost would be the 3,000 plus the 5,000. And direct cost would be the 3,200. Add opening work in progress of 1,600 minus closing work in progress of 1,700. C is indeed the answer.
Sir, can you repeat that for me, please?
Sure. So in your manufacturing account, to calculate the cost of goods produced, the formula is direct cost plus indirect cost, add opening work in progress minus closing work in progress. The direct cost would be your cost of materials used and your factory wages. The indirect cost would be your indirect expenses. Then you have to add the opening work in progress, which is the work in progress at the start of the year, minus the closing work in progress. So it's just those four things to remember. Total direct costs plus total indirect costs, add opening work in progress, minus closing work in progress. And that gives you a cost of production. To the 35, sorry. Inventory was bought from Mr. Smith on credit or posted into N. Smith's account. How should we correct this transaction? So first, let's make sure we understand what was supposed to happen. When we bought goods from M. Smith, we would debit or credit purchases.
Credit.
Purchases
Debit,
is part
sorry,
of
debit,
prime.
debit, debit, sorry.
So with debit purchases, we're supposed to credit M. Smith. But instead of crediting M. Smith, we credit N. Smith.
So now would we have to do the opposite?
Alright, so we'll have to debit N. Smith to take it out of N. Smith's account. And then we'll have to credit M. Smith where it was supposed to be in the first place. So what would the answer be?
D as in dog.
D as in dog. So it's on the credit side of M. Smith account or N. Smith account. So we debit N. Smith account to take it out of take it out the credit side. And then we credit M. Smith where it was supposed to be in the first place. We did this one already. Which one differs the most between us two?
Capital.
Capital.
Capital. And dear Williams is a petty casher. If she has a float of 200 and she spent 180, how much she should get back?
20.
20.
The 180 she spent, right? If she spent 180, she had to get back 180. If they asked how much money she would have after she spent 180, then it would have been 20.
Oh.
Sorry, can you scroll back down to that question, please? So the question has how much should she? Oh, okay.
How much should she be reimbursed? So she spent 180, so she has to be reimbursed that 180. Number 38. A businessman bought a new computer for 6,000. So immediately, what will we do to the new computer? Debit or credit?
Debit.
Debit.
Right, so we
Debit.
debit a new computer 6,000. He paid 4,000 cash. What will we do to the cash?
Credit.
Credit.
And traded his old computer. What will we do to the old computer?
Credit.
Credit.
So we need to debit new computer and credit old computer and cash. Which one of them will be the answer?
D.
D.
Dog, correct. $39. A company's rent expense account had an opening balance of 2,000. During the year, 8,000 was paid. At the end of the year, he had a closing balance of 1,500. What is the rent recorded for the year? So he had an opening balance of 2,000 and then he paid 6,000. How much is that in all?
8,000.
8,000. Out of that 8,000, after he transferred the amount to for the year to the income statement, he remained with 1,800. With 1,500, sorry. So out of that 8,000, he used some for the period and his balance remained with 1,500. How much would he have used for the period for him to remain with 1,500?
6,500.
6,500. So the answer would be 6,500. Number 40, which of the following financial documents shows the net earnings of a business?
Income statement.
The income statement.
Income statement.
Alright, don't let the use of different wording confuse you. Net earnings, net profit, same thing. Number 41 to 43, we did this. Gross profit under FIFO. We'd have to calculate our cost of goods sold using the FIFO. 10,000 minus 5,000 is 5,000. And then we'll take our sales and minus our cost of goods sold from it. 45,000 minus 5,000 is 40,000. The next one is going to be AVCO. See? So we're going to calculate cost of goods sold using the 3,000. So it'll be purchases minus 3,000, which is 7,000. So that'll be our cost of goods sold. And then to calculate gross profit, it'll be sales minus cost of goods sold, 45,000 minus 7,000,
C.
which is C. Alright, we did that one already. Number 43, in preparing the final accounts, a business omitted return inwards. We did this one. Which items would that affect?
1 and 3.
1 and 3. Number 44, we did this one as well.
A.
A. Number 45, in the books of a partnership, salaries of a partner should be, we did this one too,
D.
credited to the current account. Number 46, what is the total capital?
90,000.
They add up your total assets. which is 200,000 plus 100,000, which is 300,000, and you add up your total liabilities, which is 150,000, and 60,000, which is 210,000.
Any minor.
Yeah, and then you minus 300,000 minus 210,000, 90,000. Total assets minus total liabilities. Number 47. Which of the following list of activities shows the correct order of the stages of the accounting cycle? We did this one already.
C.
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 Journals posting to the ledger trial balance. Number 48. Mr. Ram, a shoemaker, bought a motor van for 11,000 cash. In recording this transaction, he
C.
Credited
No.
cash and debit.
C.
you're spending
A.
cash, so you credit cash, and they're buying a motor vehicle, so you debit a motor vehicle.
Yeah.
Number 49. Company was selling these shares, 200,000 $2 shares and 10,000 $5 shares. The SC was fully subscribed, so they sold all. How much capital did they raise?
D.
D.
As in dog.
150.
$200,000 $2, which is $400,000. 10,000 $5 ones, which is 50,000. Add them together, 450,000.
Wait, sir, go one more one.
200,000 ordinary shares at $2 each. If you sell all, that will give you 400,000. 10,000 preference shares at $5 each. If you sell all, that will give you 10,000 plus 5, 50,000.
Oh,
And you add them together, and you get the 450,000. Right? We did this one already. Total provision, 3% of 6,000, plus 2% of 4,000, plus 1% of 8,000.
340.
40.
160 plus 180, 340. Number 51. A photocopy machine valued at 5,000 is depreciated at 10% per annum using the straight line method. So it's 10% of the cost. 10% of 5,000 is how much?
500.
500.
So A.
So, what is the book value after 2 years? Somebody
So
said it
A.
already. A.
5,000 by 2, which should be 1,000. From
500
the
by 2.
500, from the 5,000.
Very good. Number 42 refers to the following information, and they want to know what is the bank balance of the receipts and payments account. If you're getting money, you're adding. If you're spending money, you're subtracting. If it's neither, you're leaving it out. Let's do the calculation. So we're starting off with 700. Purchase of refreshments, add or subtract?
Subtract.
Right. Purchase of furniture, add or subtract?
Subtract.
Subtract.
Proceeds from raffle,
Add.
add. Inventory on the 31st of July.
Add.
Nothing. I just say inventory. That's not you getting money or spending money. You're just giving the value of your inventory. Donations to charity.
Minor.
Add.
Minus, because you're giving donations. They didn't say donations from, they say donations to. Depreciation of furniture.
Nothing. Add.
Nothing exactly, because that's not cash. Right? That's just your asset losing value. That's not you
B.
getting or spending money. Sale of equipment.
Add.
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 Right. And what do you get when you do all of that?
1,600.
1,600, correct. Number 43. What is the total value of assets? Did
So
this one as well.
1,400.
14,000,
40,000.
correct.
1,000, I mean, sorry.
54. To which account should depreciation of office machines be transferred? We did this one too.
Profit and loss.
C.
Say that again.
C. Profit
C.
and
Profit and
loss.
loss.
Correct. Number 55, which of the following accounting entries should be made if goods are sold on credit? Sales is always debited or credited?
Credited. So D.
Credited. So
D
it's
as in dog.
D as in dog. We know it couldn't be A because no cash pass. Alright. So far, so good. 56. A company sells 5,000 10% preference shares at $5 each. Yes, Zachary?
Somebody want to know the answer for 52.
52. The answer was B. Alright, 1 second. Alright. A company sells 5,000 10% preference shares at $5 each. The company will pay out a dividend of
B as in boy.
Alright, so you calculate 5,000 by 5, which is 25,000. And then the preference shares will be 10%. 10% of 25,000 is 2,500. Make use of your calculators if you need to. 57 and 58 refer to the following information. Hand and feet, the same name. Same question. You want to know the total value of statutory deductions. That would be
A.
A,
1750.
income tax and national insurance. And they say total value of a employee's net wages. So to be gross wages minus national insurance, yep, minus income tax, add your salesman compensation, minus credit union deductions, and that will give you 6,050. Number 59, carriage inwards and outwards are classified as
2 only B.
nominal accounts, good. And number 60, what is the total indirect cost? Let's see, would factory rent be an indirect cost?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes. What about depreciation of office machinery?
Yeah.
Is office machinery in the factory?
No.
So would it be an indirect cost?
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
It has to be related to the factory. So direct costs are costs that vary based on how much output. So for example, if I'm buying raw materials, so I'm making chow and I'm buying mangoes to make the chow. A mango costs every bowl of chow costs $5 in mango. If I make 2 bowls of chow, it will cost me $10. If I make 3 bowls of chow, it will cost me $15. It varies based on how much you produce. That will be a direct cost. Indirect costs do not vary based on how much you produce, but it is still related to the production of the good. So it must be related to the factory in some way. Alright, so depreciation of office machinery is in the office, so it's not related to the making of the good. Depreciation of the factory machinery would be. What about factory insurance?
Yeah.
Yes, because
Yes,
it's
sir.
related to the factory. What about salesman commission?
No, sir.
No. And what about lubricants for the factory machine? For the factory machine?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So we add this up, 2,000 plus 7 is 9,000, 9,000 plus 6,000 is 15,000, 15,000 plus 500 15,500. Alright, so again, the direct costs are the costs that vary based on output. That is a direct material, a direct labor, and any other expenses that vary like that. The indirect costs are still costs related to the factory, but it does not vary. It's still cost related to the factory, but it does not vary based on how much you produce. So, like if I'm renting a factory, it's still a cost for the factory, but it doesn't matter how much I produce, my rent will still be the same. Alright, so that will be the end of this paper and the start of our first break. It is 7:30. We shall take a 10-minute break. And this is 2021. This is another repeat offender. You need to know your balance sheet equation. Opening, capital, add net profits, minus drawings, equals closing capital.
1860.
1860 is the answer, correct. Our opening capital is 3,900. We don't know what net profit is. Minus drawings is 900. Our closing capital is 4,860. 3,900 minus 900 is 3,000. So 3,000 plus net profit is 4,860. The only thing net profit could be is, as my friend just said, C, 1,860. Good job. Number 2. Which are the following balances? Refers to the following balances, and I want to know the total assets. We've done this one.
14,000. See?
14,000. Number 3. White, a grocer, bought a computer on credit from Tan Company. In Miss White's books, which are the following journal entries would be the transaction?
See?
You debit your computer and credit Tan Company. So far, so good. Number 4. During the year, a company bought stationery for 220. These questions have to read it carefully. Yeah? The company bought a stationery for 220 and used 120 worth of it. What figure would be posted to the profit and loss account and represented as expenditure for stationery?
The
220.
The 120, the amount that is meant for the period, is what will be used as the expenditure. If they asked how much would be recorded in the balance sheet as a prepaid expense, what would the answer be? If you paid 220, but you only used 120, how much would you? The 100 would have been the prepaid. Very good. Number 5, net current ratio in the indicates
So A.
A. Correct. In the asset test ratio, sorry, what am I saying? The asset test ratio is your current assets minus inventory divided by current liabilities. It shows the ability to pay off your current liabilities using your current assets without inventory. Number 6, which are the following are examples of current liabilities?
Would it be C?
C, correct. Mortgages would be a long-term liability. Number 7, all that are writing, they want us to calculate our current ratio. What's the formula for current ratio? Okay, your hint.
Current asset over current liability.
Right. The name is a hint, right? Current ratio. It uses the two things in a balance sheet that has current in the name. Current assets and current liabilities.
B.
B is the answer, correct. But because it's a new question for the day, I'm going to show to calculate it, right? So what will be the current assets say?
Receivables,
Receivables,
inventory,
inventory,
cash,
and cash. Good. That is 1100 plus 500 plus 200, which adds up to 1800. And what will be the liabilities?
payables,
Payables, the current liabilities, sorry, payables and
capital.
no, capital is capital.
So
Capital
would it
is
be
not
drawings?
joint is joints.
Just payable a bank overdraft.
Bank
Bank overdraft.
overdraft. Your payables and your bank overdraft. 700 plus 400 is 1100. 1800 divided by 1100, 1.64. Well, it's 1.636, which is approximately 1.64. Number 8, we did already. I remember it?
D.
D was the answer, correct?
That's us, go through it, man.
We multiplied 40 by 50 to get the basic wage, which was 2,000. And then the overtime was the 9 extra hours they worked by 50 multiplied by 1.5 because they said overtime was time and a half. And that gave us 675. And then we add them together. Number 9, which of the following accounts are transferred to the income statement? So if the answer has any assets, liabilities, capital, or drawings in it, that cannot be the answer because those things will be in the balance sheet.
Sure, I see.
So C is the answer, correct. Number 10, which of the following items is/are capital expenditure? We did this.
D.
D. Alright, so far so good. Number 11, remember we only record the change in provision, right? So right now it is 700. And the same provision for doubtful debts is calculated at a rate of 2% of receivables. And receivables at the end of the year is 25,000. What's 2% of 25,000?
500.
500. It was 700, now it's 500. How much it changed by?
B. 2,000.
200, right?
100.
So we know it cannot be C or D. It has to be A or B. If all of your provision accounts, when they increase your credits and when they decrease your debit, if it went from 500 from 700 to 500, is it increasing or decreasing?
Decreasing.
So we are going to
B.
Credit.
debit.
Debit.
When it increase your credits, when it decrease your debits. All your provision accounts, treat it as the opposite of your assets. Number 12. Sure you all see this question before.
C.
And the answer was C, correct. We receive $117 because it was 120 minus the discount. So we debit bank 117. We gave a $3 discount. So that is discount allowed, which is an expense. So we debit discount allowed $3. And then we credit K can 120 because he no longer owes that full 120. Number 13, why do we form partnerships? I know we did it already, and I know you all know the answer is D, but just in case tomorrow, go through the options just in case they change it, okay?
Yeah.
Number 14, control accounts are kept in to assist in what?
Locating errors.
Locating errors. We did this one a few times
Error.
already. Think we did that 3 times out of 3.
Yep.
Number 15, what is the sum of, so firstly, this is a statement of financial position, right? A horizontal format. This side here, the debit side, are your assets, and the credit side, liabilities and capital. Assets equal liabilities and capital. So these two sides are supposed to be equal. So if this adds up to 5,500 plus 500 is 6,000, right?
Sir, answer will be B, sir.
Correct, because this has to add up to 6,000 as well, which means this has to be B, so it could add up to the full 6,000, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now,
So you know,
since the left side is assets and the right side is liabilities plus capital, what do you think this would be?
Capital.
Capital. So that's what the answer for number 16 is. Capital.
sir, when I get the answer for the 14, you could just subtract it.
14
6,000.
was locating errors.
Not 14, sir. My bad. 15, this is, sir.
15,
Yeah, like,
this
when I get
adds
the
up to
answer,
6,000.
subtract it, sir. Yeah,
So
subtract it.
this, so,
4,000,
yeah,
I get it 2,000, sir.
yeah, this has to add up for 6,000 as well. 3,000 plus 1,000 is 4,000. So we need 2,000 for it to add up to the 6,000. Mhm. Mhm. All right. Number 17, we did it already. What was the answer? You remember?
Five.
All right.
E.
It was A, right? But let's still work it out
Yeah,
just in
A.
case. We received the invoice for 4,000, less 25% trade discount. You subtract trade discounts immediately. 25% of 4,000 is 1,000. 4,000 minus 1,000 is 3,000. Look at my adaptations. Say best of luck to all of you all. I'm sure they watch his videos and stuff already for accounts and things self. Message to say best of luck to you all.
Yeah, so we did.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you see, so you minus the 25% discount. So you have 3,000 remaining. And then you return 1/8 of the goods. So it's not going to be 1/8 of the 4,000. It's going to be 1/8 of the 3,000 after you minus the trade discount. And that's how we get the 375. Mhm. Number 18, we do this already. What's the answer?
C.
It was C. Because you know, this first set, the 50 and the 75, that was sales. We know the 500, this was sales. But this one came to goods for himself, that wasn't sales. That was, when he take goods for himself, what you call that?
Drawings.
Drawings,
Right.
correct. Number 19, which of the following accounts are nominal? Which of these are nominal?
A.
A,
Wages and rent.
wages and rent, right? Nominal are the intangible accounts. The ones intangible means you can't touch it. Number 20,
B.
B. So B.
B.
right? Shares and so remember I was telling you all it had a version where it have family owned.
Yeah.
Right. Don't take the chain up. It's B. Shares are not sold publicly. Number 21. In
That's it.
calculating the gross profit percentage, gross profit is divided by.
Cost of goods sold.
Nope. It's net sales. A gross profit percentage is gross profit over net sales. A net profit percentage is net profit over net sales. Number 22. A standing order of $25 for insurance appears in the debit column of the bank statement. It did not appear in the cash book. Is that money we getting or money we spending?
Money we spending.
Right? In the cash book, when you're spending money, do you debit or credit?
Credit.
So what will be the answer?
A.
A. Thank you. Number 23. Which of the following entries would not appear in the cash book?
B.
B. Goods sold on credit. I know if you all have been practicing paper ones on your own or with a teacher in school, you would have seen that question before. Number 24. Mrs. Smith does not keep proper records. She began her business with $10,000 in the bank. We did this question already. What's the answer in this one? What's the answer for this one? C. We had to add up all of our assets, the 10,000 here, the vehicle and the building, and the receivables, and then we subtracted our liabilities, which was the creditors, and then we subtracted our drawings, the 1,500, and that's how we got C. Number 25, we did this already. What you get when you add your opening raw materials? D, correct. And if you minus your closing stock or raw materials, what you'll get?
Raw materials used.
Correct. Number 26, finally a new one. Number 26, refer, and sure you all do this already, refers to the following data which pertains to Tarisha Ali, an employee of a bank. The monthly salary $3,500, overtime $8,000. Income tax is 25% on every dollar above $2,000 in the monthly salary. So if she make $3,500, how much money above $2,000 did she make?
1,500.
Right, so it'll be 25% of 1,500. Which is 375. Alright. And then they said for overtime is 30% of overtime. Overtime is 800. So it's 800 by 30%, which is how much?
240.
How much?
240.
Alright. And then you add the two of them together and you get 615. Number 27. Mr. A. Jones paid $250 in cash for repairs to machinery. This transaction was entered in the cash book and posted to the ledger. The double entry involved would be, so if you pay in cash, the cash increasing or decreasing?
Decreasing.
Right. And when cash decreases, your credits. And then repairs is an expense. Expenses are always
Debited.
debited. Correct. We cooking, man. We cooking. Number 28. See how faster we doing this paper? So as time goes by, papers will finish faster and faster. How does an increase in bad debts affect a sole trader's financial statements?
C.
C, correct. It's an expense. It will reduce your net profit. Number 29. Which of the following items are not recorded in the appropriation account for partners?
B as in boy.
Boy? So your partner appropriation account is net profit.
There's at
It
one
will
and
be
three.
1 and 3.
It will be 1 and 3, correct. It's the net profit, add interest, on drawings, not drawings, interest on drawings, minus interest on capital, minus salaries. And the money that remain, the profits to be shared, they share it up among your partners. So you're not seeing anything with interest on loans there. You're not seeing drawings there. Only interest on drawings would be here. So the answer is 1 and 3. Those would not be there. Number 30, contra entry. We did this one.
B.
A.
A.
Debit cash, credit bank. Cash and bank must be affected. One being debited, one being credited. Number 31. We got this. What's the answer? Mm-hmm. It starts over with a cash book balance. You add any unpresented checks. And you minus any late lodgements. Remember, if it starts with your bank statement balance, you do the opposite. Just in case. Aha, new one. Yay. 32 refers to the following table, which shows balances on the asset accounts of the Barrow Club as at the 30th of June 2020. They want to know the club's accumulated fund. So, for non-profit organizations, the accumulated fund is their word for capital. And capital is assets minus liabilities. There's no liabilities here, so all you have to do is add up all the assets.
So C, I think.
I see.
D.
D.
D, sorry.
9,897. Number 33, which one of these is a long-term liability?
B.
B. And even if it did not know what debentures was, it should be able to say, okay, creditors is short-term, accrued wages is short-term, bank overdraft is short-term. So I guess the answer has to be B.
32 again.
Say that again?
Could you go over 30?
All right, so
Yes.
go over 32. Your accumulated fund for non-profit organizations is their way of saying capital. All right? Your capital is your total assets minus total liabilities. The only thing here is that there's no liabilities. So you just have to add up all the assets. So you add up everything here, and that will come up to 9,897. All right?
Yes.
Number 34, they want to know how much is prepaid. All right? So the entire insurance is supposed to be transferred to the income statement, right? The entire insurance for the period is supposed to be transferred to the income statement. If there's any that's left back, it's because it was either prepaid or accrued. So any balance carried down at the end would be the prepayment. So the answer for 34 would be A. Number 35, we did this already. What is the inventory at the end of the year?
D.
It was D. Opening, inventory, add purchases, minus closing inventory equals cost of goods sold. Alright, so we did this formula. We added our opening inventory to our purchases, which was 2,700. And we know 2,700 minus whatever our closing inventory is what would give us our cost of goods sold. So 2,700 minus closing inventory will give us 1,400. And the only number that could fit that bill is the 1,300 right here. Number 36. Which of the following items on a statement of financial position would differ the most? We've done this before.
D.
D, capital. Number 37. A photocopy machine valued at 5,000 is depreciated at 10% using the straight line method, which means it's 10% of the what?
The net book value.
No, net book value is the reducing balance method
The 5,000.
10% of the
of the
The
cost,
value of the machine.
the cost of the machine,
so
which
it'll
will be
be
5,000, right? 10% of 5,000 is
500.
500. So after
100.
2 years, it would have lost 500 twice.
Will be a
It would have lost 1,000. So how much does it have remaining now?
A 4,000.
4,000.
Right. Number 38. And Dina Williams is a petty cashier.
It'll be B.
It will be B.
B.
Yes,
180.
correct. Because she spent 180, they will reverse her 180. Somebody asked if you allow calculators. Yes, you are. Anytime the invigilator tells you can't use a calculator, go and tell your teacher immediately. And they will sort it out for you, right? Because you can't use your calculator.
I cannot able to leave the classroom in the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, but they will tell you that before the exam starts.
Uh,
Number 39, which of the following is a book of prime entry? The books of prime entry are your journals.
Sales journal.
journal.
The sales journal. Number 40, which of the following documents shows the net earnings of a business?
The income statement.
Income statement.
Income
Right.
statement.
Earnings, profit, same thing. Number 41, a sole trader uses his trading account to determine what?
C. His gross profit.
Gross profit. Very good. 42, in order to avoid writing numerous checks of small amounts, a firm may set up a
Petty cash
D.
fund. Petty cash
Petty
fund.
petty
cash
cash
voucher.
fund. Number 43, which of the following states the correct order of stages in the accounting cycle? We've done this.
D. D.
D, journal, ledger, trial balance. Number 44, according to the partnership deed, if there is no partnership act, if there is no deed of partnership,
A.
profits are divided equally. Number 45, in the books of a partnership, the salaries of a partner should be
D.
B. B.
credited not to the appropriation account, or DSN,
Yeah.
credited to the partner's current account. Correct? We did this one already. How do we calculate?
D.
Yeah, add the liabilities and the assets.
You add up your total assets and
And
you
yes,
minus your total liabilities from it.
So is it B?
So
90.
that would be B, 90,000, correct? Right. Number 47. A mechanic starts a business with $10,000 worth of tools. What should he make? What entry should he make for the transaction?
C.
D.
Debit tools, credit capital. Very good. The net profit of a firm is shown at 1,600. It was later discovered that discount received was undercast by 10 and purchases was understated by 36. What is the correct net profit? Let's work this together. So let's start off. We start off with 1600, right? And then we discover that discount received was undercast. Normally, you add discount received when calculating a net profit because it's a revenue. If it was undercast, that means we did not add enough. So I have to add that $10. Then purchases was also understated. Normally, we subtract purchases when calculating our profit. So if it was understated, that means we did not subtract enough. So I have to subtract 36. So it'll be 1600 plus $10 minus $36, which will give me A, 1574. Number 49. An asset purchased for 1,000 depreciates at a rate of 10% using the reducing balance method. So it's a whole different thing from the straight line. We're going to calculate that 10% on the value of the asset, not the cost. They want to know what is the value of the asset at the beginning of the third year. So at the end of the first year, it would have lost 10%.
So
10% of 1,000 is how much?
100.
So it's now 900, right? At the end of the second year, it would have lost 10% of 900. 10% of 900 is how much?
90.
90. So that will leave you with 810. So if you end the year with the value of it being 810, that means at the start of the third year, the value would be 810. So the answer is B. All right, the key thing is that they ask for the asset at the beginning of the third year. If they said the end of the third year, then we would have had to minus 10% of 810. But they didn't ask for the end of the third year. They asked for the beginning. We almost finished this one. Number 50. R.A. David operates a small grocery. You have been asked to assist in the preparation of the final accounts for 2020, sorry, and have been provided with this basic information. They want to know capital. The formula for capital is,
Assets takeaway
My
like
answer is, sir.
all right, debtors. What is it? Asset or
asset,
liability? Asset. Accounts payable.
liabilities,
Bank overdraft.
liabilities,
Inventory of goods for resale.
assets,
Non-current assets would be obviously
assets,
assets, and long-term loans would be.
liabilities, long term.
All right, so let's add up our assets. 40,000 plus 80,000 is 120,000 plus 180,000. That's 300,000 in total. Let's add up our liabilities now. Accounts payable 25,000. Bank overdraft 35,000. That's 60,000. Long-term loans is 130,000. So that's 190,000. That will leave us with
A,
110,000, which is A. All right, last 10. Mr. Green and Mrs. Black agreed to establish a partnership, Green and Black Co., and each of them deposited 5,000 in the bank account. How should this be recorded in the books of a partnership?
D as in dog,
D as in dog. You would debit the bank account 10,000 in all, and then each of them would have their separate capital accounts credited 5,000. 52. Using the FIFO method, what is the value of the ending inventory? FIFO stands for what again?
first in, first out.
First in, first out. So the first set of goods to come in is the first set of goods to go out. So when we sell this 100 goods, we're going to sell this 40 cans first, because that's the first set of goods to come in. But it's 100 we sell, so we still need 60 more. So you take this 60 that we need from that 80, and that will leave us with 20. And then we sell our next 10. So you take that 10 from this 20, and that will leave us with 10 cans at $515 each. 515 by 10 is 5,150. So the answer would be B.
Sir,
Yes?
can you explain about my please?
Sure. FIFO stands for first in, first out, right? So the first set of goods that come into the company is the first set of goods that go out. So when we selling goods, we're gonna sell from the first set of goods that come into the company first. So in the first of May, we start off with 40 cans, and then in the fourth of May, we purchase 80 more cans, right?
Yeah.
When we sell that 100, we're gonna take from the first set of goods to come in first. So the first set of goods to come in was this 40 cans, right? So we're gonna sell that 40 cans first. But remember, it's 100 in all. So if we just sell 40, how much more we need to make up the 100? If we just sell 40, but we're trying to sell 100 in all, how much more cans we need to make up 100?
60.
60. So we're gonna take the remaining 60 from these 80 cans here. And if we sell 60 of these 80 cans, how much will you remain with?
20.
How much?
20.
20. So we have 20 cans remaining, right? Of these particular ones. And then we sold 10 more. So we have to take that 10 from the 20 we have remaining. And when we take 10 from this 20, how much we'll have remaining?
10.
10. So we have 10 cans remaining, and these 10 cans are worth $515 per can. 10 multiplied by 515 is how much?
5,150.
And that's how we got B.
Okay,
So why multiply it by the 515 and not the 650?
Because that is the selling price. We don't care about the selling price. We care about how much the goods are worth, which is how much we paid for it. Right? So these 10 cans that we have remaining, we paid $515 each for them. So that's how much they worth right now. That's the value of the cans.
Oh, okay.
Ignore the selling price. When you're doing stock valuation, always ignore the selling price. Hey, this one is my student? Oh, somebody else. All right. Now for AVCO. AVCO stands for average cost. All right? You start off with 40 cans at 500, and then you bought 80 cans at 515. These 40 cans at 500 each is worth 20,000 in all, right? 40 multiplied by 500 is 20,000.
Yeah.
And then these 80 cans with 515 each would be 41,200 in total. To get the cost for one can, or the average cost for a can under average cost under AVCO, you have to take your total cost and divide it by your total units. So my total cost in this case will be the 20,000 plus the 41,200, which is
200.
61,200. And my total units in this case will be the 40 plus the 80, which is 120. So I'll take 61,200 and divide it by 120. 61,200 divided by 120.
510.
510? Yep, 510. So my cost per unit is 510. Right. Right. So when I sell the 110 cans in total, remember I had 40 and 80, which is 120. When I sell the 110 cans in total and I remain with 10 cans, this will be the value of each of those 10 cans. It will be 10 cans valued at 510 each, which in total would be 510 by 10, 5,100.
You could go by AFCO, please. I don't
Sure,
really understand.
sure. So AVCO stands for average cost, right? Average cost is like a cost per unit. You take a total cost and divide it by your total units. So we had 40 cans at $500 each, which is 20,000 in all. And we had 80 cans at $515 each, which is 41,200 in all. In total, that's 61,200. That's our total cost. Our total units would have been the 40 cans plus the 80 cans, which is 120. So you get your average cost or your cost per unit. You take your total cost and divide it by your total units. So your total cost 61,200 divided by your total units 120 and you get 510. So this is what you're using as a cost per unit, 510. So when I had 120 cans in all and I sold 110, 120 minus 110 is how much? 120 take away 110 is how much?
10.
10. So I remain with 10 cans. And according to the AVCO formula, those 10 cans are worth $510 each. So the total cost of those 10 cans will be 510 multiplied by 10. And that's how I get 5,100.
So I still don't understand.
Which part you don't understand?
So the last part. How you
You
like
understand how I get the
510?
510, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So how much cans did I have in all when I had 40 at start and I purchased 80? How much cans I have in all?
120.
120. I sold 100. How much cans do I have now?
20.
I sell 10. How much cans I have now?
10.
10. So you have 10 cans remaining, right?
She have
We
my
just
last name, the last part of my name. She named
listen.
Siani.
Right. So we have 10 cans remaining. Each of those 10 cans are worth $510 because that's what we just calculated, the cost per unit. So the cost of each unit is $510. So one can costs $510. We have 10 cans remaining. That's our closing inventory. That's what they want. The value of our ending inventory. That's how much cans remaining. 10 cans. If one can is $510, how much would 10 cans cost?
510 by 10. So,
That's how we get the 5,100. You understand now? If you still don't understand, tell me.
awesome.
Still don't understand, right?
Awesome.
Right. You understand what this 510 is? If you don't understand, tell me. You don't understand what the 510 is?
No.
Right. So this 510 represents how much one can cost. Right? What we did first is calculate our total cost, which was, it was 40 cans with 500 each, which is 20,000. And then 80 cans with 515 each, which is 41,200. We add them up together and we got 61,200. So our total cost is 61,200. The total amount of cans is 40 cans plus 80 cans, which is 120 cans. So 120 cans is equal, or it costs 61,200. 120 cans cost 61,200. How to find out how much one can cost?
We'll divide it.
Divide it, right? So we gain the cost of one can by taking 61,200 and dividing it by 120. And that's how we get 510. So every one can is worth $510. You with me so far?
Yes, sir.
Right. So we have 120 cans. Each of them are worth $510. We sold 100. How much cans we have remaining?
20.
So we have 20 cans now, each of them worth $510. We sold 10 more cans. How much cans do we have remaining?
10.
So we have 10 cans now, each of them worth $510. So if it's 10 cans worth $510 each, how much all of them worth in total?
Multiply. So it'll be 5,100.
You think you understand it now?
Yes, sir.
Right. If that question come in exam, get it correct, eh? I'll find out. Number 54. To which account should depreciation of office machines be transferred? We do this one before.
To the profit and loss.
Profit and loss. If it was factory machinery, which one would probably be the answer?
Manufacturing.
Manufacturing.
Factory.
Number 55. Which of the following accounting entries should be made if goods are sold on credit?
C.
Sales is always what?
Credited.
Credited. So you'll credit sales, and what's your debit?
Account receivable.
Account receivable.
Account receivable. Good job. Number 56. Which of the following may be used to calculate the cost of production?
B.
Boy or dog?
Dog.
Dog. Your prime cost plus your factory overheads, add opening work in progress minus closing work in progress. Prime cost, add factory overheads, add opening work in progress minus closing work in progress. 57. They want us to calculate net pay. So let's calculate his basic wages first. They said P. Amos is employed. Everybody know the answer already. Some people saying it already. P. Amos is employed by a construction company at a rate of $7 per hour. During a week, he worked a basic week of 40 hours. So with $7 per hour and he worked 40 hours, that means he made 40 by 7, which is 280. Income tax due on his pay is $20. Do we have to add income tax or subtract it? Subtract it, right? It's a deduction. So you have to minus tax, which is 20. And then he also is liable to pay national insurance of 5% of gross pay. 5% of 280. 5% of 280 is 14. What's his net pay? So it'll be 280 minus 20 minus 14, which will give you 246. Number 48, they wanted to calculate the net profit percentage. What's the formula for net profit percentage? Net profit divided by what?
Sales.
By net sales.
Net sales multiplied by
100.
100. So you have to calculate net profit first, which will be gross profit, add revenue minus expenses. What, it have any revenue here?
Yes, sir. Rent revenue.
It's have no rent revenue, there's rent expense.
No, sir.
What's the revenue here?
Of
Net
this
sales.
Mm-hmm.
Receive.
Discount received. So gross profit, add the revenue, and what will be the expenses?
discount allowed and rent expense.
Discount allowed and rent expense. So gross profit, 12,000, add 2,000, minus the discount allowed and the rent expense. That will leave you with a net profit of 7,000. So to calculate a net profit percentage, it will be the net profit of 7,000 divided by a net sales of 30,000 multiplied by 100.
C, sir.
C, 23.33%, which will be 23%. 59. When a company declares a dividend of 15%, we do this one already. $1,501 shares. $1,500 by 15% is how much? Anybody?
That, sir.
225. B.
B.
$1,500 by 15%, 225. Number 60. Read the stuff carefully. Prime cost is 79,110. Office expenses is 3,000 and factory overheads is 4,720. How much is the cost of production? What are we going to add?
Prime cost and factory overhead.
Thank you. We are ignoring the office expenses. You're going to add the prime cost and the factory overheads. And that will give you 83,830. Right. Further, going over 58. 58, you have to calculate our net profit first. Net profit is gross profit, add revenue, minus expenses. Revenue normally has the words received, revenue, earned, or income in the name as a giveaway, right? So discount received is the revenue. So you take your gross profit, add your discount received, and then minus the expenses, your rent expense and the discount allowed. And that gives you a net profit. Now that you have a net profit, you can calculate a net profit percentage, which is net profit divided by sales multiplied by 100. We calculated net profit to be 7,000. You divided by your net sales, which is 30,000, and then multiplied by 100. And that is how we get C. All right, the trick here is to know how to calculate a net profit. That's gross profit, add revenue, minus expenses. All right, let's move on to another paper. All right, so this is January 2025 you're looking at here now. This is our fourth paper for the night. Number 1, which of the following financial statements shows the value of a business assets? Easy.
D.
D.
D. Statement of financial position. Easy work. Number 2, what is the formula for your take
Excuse
home
me,
pay?
so what
Yes,
paper is it?
this is Jan 2025.
Okay.
Number
A.
number
Gross
3,
pay minus deduction.
correct. Easy work
Sir,
again. Yes? Yes, somebody said so.
I have a question. A teacher once told me that to do like for May, June papers that you should go through January papers.
No, that is not true. Questions could repeat from either
Hmm?
one. That's not true. Questions could repeat
Could you
from
repeat?
either one. Yeah. I
Questions
understand
from?
why they would say that, but nothing wrong with using January or May, June papers. As you will see, you're gonna see some questions that we did here. Now, the thing is, right? One, I want to prepare you all in case there are some questions that are not repeats. I want you all to be able to answer them, right? So it's important that you get as much variety as possible. But also, you're going to see some questions. When we do the Jan papers, you're going to see some questions repeat there as well. All right, but I want you all to get as much exposure as possible, right? Number
Yes,
3 is a repeat, for example. Partnership are formed for the purpose of
D.
D, all three. Number 4, which of the following features of a partnership states that the actions of one partner binds all other partners? What do you call that?
B. Unlimited.
Nope, not unlimited liability.
A.
D.
Mutual agency. So mutual agency states that if one partner make a decision or enter a contract, they could enter a contract for everybody in the partnership. Right? Unlimited liability just means the amount they could owe is unlimited. Number 5, into which of the following accounts is the difference entered when a trial balance doesn't balance or it fails to agree?
Suspense.
Suspense account, food.
Thanks.
Number 6, which of the following represents the correct statement of financial position equation for assets,
D.
C.
D.
liabilities plus capital? That is another repeat. Number 7, which of the following entries will not appear in the cash book?
B.
B, that's another repeat. Number 8, and this is only the papers that had a lot of new questions. This on May 2024, which we'll look at after. Which of the following types of partners has its indebtedness restricted to the amount of money invested into the partnership?
C.
Limited liability partners. Correct. Number 9, sleeping partners to an extent as well, but sleeping partners could be unlimited liability partners as well. Number 9, which of the following financial obligations would normally be classified as a non-current liability?
B.
Right, debentures. Another repeat. Number 10, in a partnership, which of the following is compulsory?
D.
Profits
D.
are shared. So far, so good. Number 11, in order to avoid writing numerous checks or small amounts, a firm may set up a
D.
petty
D.
cash fund.
D. Cash flow.
Right, you saw those already. Number 12, which of the following list of activities shows the correct order of stages of the accounting cycle? We did this before.
D.
D.
Boy, right? Journal, wholesale ledger, trial balance. Number 13, the profit a shareholder receives for his investment is called a what?
C.
Dividends.
Dividend.
All right. Number 14, the main internal users of accounting information are who?
A.
Manage.
Managers.
Managers.
All right. Number 15, which of the following accounts is not nominal?
Furniture.
Furniture.
Furniture. Correct. Because you could touch that. Think all of us on furniture right now. Number 16, a trade. You've done this a few times. I don't think I have to show the working again. What's his net profit?
C.
C.
1860.
1860. Number 17, which of the following ratios describes the liquidity position of a business?
The profitable.
Not profitability. The asset test ratio and the current ratio both calculate the liquidity position of a business to the asset test ratio. Number 18, you did this already. Debtors are what? Assets or liabilities?
Assets.
Assets.
Assets. Accounts payable.
Liabilities.
Bank overdraft.
Liability.
Liabilities.
Inventory.
Assets.
Assets.
Non-current assets, kind of obvious. And long-term loans.
Liabilities.
Right, so we'd add up all our assets minus our liabilities, and that gave us B, 110,000. Number 19, the company's net profit. Again, it's gross profit, add revenue, minus expenses. Gross profit, add revenue, minus expenses equals net profit. Revenue normally has the words, what happened there? Sorry. Revenue normally has the words received, revenue, earned, or income in the name. Received, revenue, earned, let's spell I promise. Earned or income in the name. Do you have anything like that? Anything for that
Yes, sir.
criteria?
Commissions
Commission
received.
received. So your gross profit is 10,000. You're gonna add a commission received. No, your gross profit is 100,000, sorry. Add commission received of 10,000. And then you're gonna minus the expenses. What expenses are you seeing?
Sundry expenses and advertising expenses.
Sundry expenses and advertising expenses. You're not doing anything with drawings. Drawings goes in your balance sheet. Calculate that,
76,000.
and that will give you a net profit of 76,000. So please remember that gross profit, add revenue, minus expenses. Revenue normally has the words received, revenue, earned, or income in the name. It's a good way to be able to identify it. Number 20 refers to the following information as shown in a cash account. Which of the following figures will be posted to the trial balance?
The 4,405.
400 and how much? Right, your balance is what is posted in the trial balance. The 405. Good. Number 21 refers to the information given in the following table. What is the net profit? Them wicked. So you have to calculate gross profit first. To calculate gross profit, you need to calculate the cost of goods sold, which is opening inventory, add purchases, minus closing inventory. So let's calculate that first. All is for 1 mark. Cost of goods sold equals opening inventory, add purchases, minus closing inventory. Opening inventory is 500. Your purchases is 850. Your closing inventory is 350. And that will give you 950. That's not sorry. 850 plus 500 minus 350, that'll give you 1,000, right? That'll be a cost of goods sold. So I'll take my sales minus my cost of goods sold, and that will give me gross profit.
Of
Sales,
1,500.
right. Sales is 2,500, and minus my cost of goods sold, that gives my gross profit of 1,500. Now to get my net profit, I have to add any revenue minus expenses. There's no revenue, so I just have to minus my expenses. My
The answer will
expenses,
be B.
the answer would be B. All right, because
Yes,
my
sir.
expenses would be the selling expenses and the administrative expenses. So minus 125 and minus 175. And that's how I get it, that's how you get it 1,200. That's real plenty for 1 mark by 60. Wow. That could be that could be two questions. You could have break that up. But anyway, yeah, basically a whole income statement. The wholesaler gives a 20% trade discount and a 2% cash discount. How much should the customer pay for goods originally priced at $700? Remember, you minus the trade discount first, and then you calculate the cash discount on the remainder. 700 minus 20% trade discount is 560. 700 minus 20% discount is 560, and then we minus the cash discount. 560 minus 2%, and that will give us $548.80. And that would be A. Right? 23. In which of the following accounting books would personal accounts be found?
B.
Dog, right? Receivables and payables ledgers have personal accounts, and then real and nominal accounts go in the general ledger. Number 24, the purchase of a motor van on credit from Things Caricom Motors Co. for use in business should be recorded as
A.
not A, you're not paying
B.
cash or
B.
bank.
As dog.
Dog. You debit a motor vehicle because the motor vehicle increasing, but then you'll credit Things Caricom Motors Co. because you bought it on credit from them. So you have to show that you own them. Number 25, they want to calculate the current ratio. What is the formula for current ratio again? It's in the name.
Current asset to our current liability.
Current assets over current liabilities. Right, it's in the name. It's the only two items that have current in the name. Current assets and current liabilities. What will be the current assets say?
Cash at bank.
Cash at bank. What else?
Receivable. Accounts
Accounts
receivable.
receivable. Anything else?
Purchases.
No, purchases is
Closing
not an asset.
inventory.
Closing inventory. So this will add up to 4,000. 2,000 plus 1,700 is 3,700 plus 300, that's 4,000. Your current assets, there are 6 current assets. Cash in hand, cash at bank, account receivable, inventory, prepaid expenses, accrued revenue. Nothing else. Those are the only 6 current assets you'll see. Cash in hand, cash at bank, receivables, closing inventory, prepaid expenses, accrued revenue. What will be the liabilities here?
Accounts payable.
Accounts payable. 4,000 divided by 1,000. 4,000 divided by 1,000.
4.
4. So the answer will be 4 to 1. $25 is B. Number 26, what is the total amount of assets? We did this one. What are the assets here?
14,000, sir.
14,000. The motor vehicle, the receivables, and the building. Number 27, we did this one already. What's the answer?
A.
1,000. It's current assets minus current liabilities equals working capital. Your current assets is 16,500. Your working capital is 15,500. Your current liabilities has to be 1,000 for that to work. Number 28, what is the cost of goods available for sale? Watch this now. They just give a whole question on the entire income statement, where you would have had to calculate cost of goods available for sale and the cost of goods sold. And then in two other questions, they give you one question where all you have to do is calculate cost of goods available for sale. And the next question, all you have to do is calculate cost of goods sold. So they could have break this up, but they couldn't break up the whole income statement question. Anyway, cost of goods available for sale is the opening stock plus the net purchases. That will be your opening inventory here, plus the purchases here. That would add up to 30,000. Your cost of goods sold is your cost of goods available for sale, take away your closing stock. So you got your cost of goods available for sale to be 30,000. You take away your closing stock of 6,000. That gives you a cost of goods sold of 24,000. So I'm gonna put the formulas here for you all. Cost of goods available for sale. I promise I could spell. Opening inventory. Add net purchases. Cost of goods sold. Cost of goods available for sale. Take away closing inventory. Number 30. We did this one already. What was receivables?
B.
Excuse me, sir. When you finish your discussion, you could just scroll back up so I could take a screenshot of the formulas, please.
Sure. I'm gonna send you this paper, but you can take a screenshot. Tell me when you get through.
You could go ahead.
Wait, sorry, I got send all of the paper them went do already.
Yeah, you're gonna send all the papers in the WhatsApp group.
Oh, okay, thanks.
No problem. So we know this is assets. And this is liabilities plus what again?
Capital.
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 So if they had asked what this 5,500 was, what it would have been?
Capital.
Capital, right. Number 31. S. Thomas purchased a machine for 3,250 from Grell & Co. Limited, paying 1,250 in cash and promising the balance in 10 days. So we got a machine. How much is the machine worth?
3,250.
3,250, right? So we're going to debit
Take up then.
3,250. And then we're going to credit the 1,250 cash.
And the person that bought it first, so C.
Right. Number 32. What is the cost of goods sold by Mrs. Martin? You really like this, boy. Cost of goods sold questions. You know, the person I spoke to about Jan 2026, they said they got a lot of questions on income statements and balance sheets. Fun again, a lot of income statement questions here. But anyway, what is the cost of goods sold? So it will be opening inventory, add purchases to get your cost of goods available for sale, minus the closing stock to get cost of goods sold. So 7,000 plus 4,000, which is 11,000. 11,000 minus 3,400. I think somebody was saying it just now. Somebody was saying what, D?
Yes.
Just now, huh? Let me just check. Make sure my math's not failing, huh?
D.
11,000. Datas. Number 33. On Jan the 1st, 2024, $10,000 was paid towards an advertising campaign. Of this amount, $7,000 was used by December 31st, 2024. What is the amount of advertising prepaid at the end of the year? We paid $10,000, but we only used $7,000. How much is
So
prepaid?
3,000.
The $3,000 extra is prepaid. Number 34. Which of the following features is associated with private limited companies? Do take the train up.
D.
D. Which companies' shares are not sold publicly? Thank you for not taking the train up. Number 35. We only record the change in provision. It used to be 800. The provision for doubtful debts was 800. Now it's 10% of 10,000. What's 10% of 10,000?
Oh, 1,000.
10% of 10,000 is how much?
1,000.
Right. So it went from 800 to 1,000. How much did it change by?
200.
200. That alone should give you the answer because there's only one answer here that is using 200. Alright, so always remember when it's provision for doubtful debts, you only record the change in provision, how much it changed by. If it increased, the provision for doubtful debts is credited by how much it increased by. If it decreased, the provision for doubtful debts is debited by how much it decreased by.
So could you go over this one?
See that again?
Could you go over this one?
All right, so they said Mr. M. Brown wishes to increase his allowance of doubtful debts from 8% to 10%. Account receivables for the end of the year total 10,000. So the provision for doubtful debts would be 10% of 10,000, right? It's 10% of your account receivable. So provision for doubtful debts equals 10,000 by 10%, which is 1,000. Then they said, well, the balance for the allowance for doubtful debts account started with 800. So it was 800, now it's 1,000. We record the change in provision, how much it increased by or how much it decreased by. So it was 800, now it's 1,000. Did it increase or decrease? It was 800, now it's 1,000. Did it increase or decrease?
Increase.
The person who asked me to go it over. It was 800, now it's 1,000. Did it increase or decrease?
Increase.
Increase by how much?
200.
200. When it comes to provision for doubtful debts, that's what we record. How much it changed by. So it increased by 200, so we're going to record 200. A is the only answer that has 200 being recorded. That's how we know the answer is A. Alright?
Yes.
If it's increasing, you would credit your provision for doubtful debts. Increase, credit provision for doubtful debts. If it decreased, you would debit provision for doubtful debts. That's why, because it's increasing, it went from 800 to 1,000. That's why they credit the provision for doubtful debts, because it increased. Right? Number 36. A businessman incurred the following expenses. What is the total capital expenditure? Let me see if you all know what capital expenditure is now.
10,000 B.
Thank you. Capital expenditure is when you buy or improve non-current assets. Number 37, we did already. Number 37 is what?
A.
No, last time it was A, but they switched around the answer.
D, sir.
D.
Mm-hmm. It's D.
No.
So be careful with that. Number 38. What will be the prepayment again?
A.
Thank
A.
you.
A.
The balance. Number 39. Goods were sold on credit to John Brown. Which of the following double entries is a correct record of this transaction?
B.
Sales are always credited, and we'll debit John Brown. Number 40, Mr. A. Jones paid $250 in cash for repairs to machinery. This transaction was entered in the cash book and posted to the ledger. The double entry involved would be
B, sir.
B.
which one?
B.
C.
B? C? Right. You debit repairs and credit cash. Number 41 we've done before.
B, sir.
B.
Debit computer, credit and company. 42. What is our closing capital? So closing capital is opening capital. Normally it's add net profit, but since it's a loss, will we add or subtract?
So after this,
Subtract.
41.
Sorry?
After this one, can you go back to 41?
Sure. Now give me closing capital. So opening capital minus net loss minus drawings. Opening capital is 3,000. Your net loss is 1,500. Your drawings is 500. 3,000. Ooh, triple them zeros up until. 3,000 minus 1,500 minus 500 will leave you with 1,000. Going back to the TAN company one, we bought a computer on credit. We get a computer so that our computer is increasing. When assets increase, we debit. So we debit computer. We did not pay cash for it. We did not pay check for it. Instead, we bought it on credit from TAN company. So we have to credit TAN company to show that we owe them money. So debit
Yes,
computer, credit TAN company.
sir.
Number 43, our FIFO question is back again. First in, first out. So when we sell this 100 cans, we would sell this 40 cans first. And how much cans would we need again still to make up the 100? 60.
60.
So we'd sell 60 from this 80. And that will leave us with 20. And then we sell 10. So when we take 10 from this 20, what that will leave us with?
10.
10. So we'd have 10 cans worth $515 each, which is 5,150. Number 44. A businessman offers a reduced amount of prompt payment for goods purchased. We did this question. What would this be?
C.
C.
Discount allowed. Number 45. The total of the bank column is greater than the total of the credit. The total of the credit side of the bank column is bigger than the total on the debit side. Why is that?
Because it's a bank
A.
overdraft. A.
Bank overdraft. Good job. Number 46. Number 46 refers to the following information. Ash Bicycle Shop recorded the following information about the insurance expenses. How much would be recorded as insurance expense at the end of the year? So they start over 250 prepaid, and then they paid 1,800. So in total, that would be 250 plus 1,000 plus 800. That's 2,050. And out of that 2,050, 150 was a prepayment, which means the remainder was meant for the year. So 2,050 minus 150, which is 1,900. So the answer is B. Number 47, which of the following items are not recorded in the appropriation account?
One
E.
and
Which
C.
one?
The B.
1 and 3.
1 and 3.
So I know this is a repeat, but what is recorded in the appropriation account?
So it's net, say start with a net profit. This is for partnerships. You add interest on drawings. You minus interest on capital. You minus salaries. And that gives you profits to be shared. So you wouldn't say, notice you're not seeing withdrawals. You're not seeing drawings. There's interest on drawings, but not drawings. And there's nothing on loans at all. But there is interest on capital. That's why the answer is 1 and 3. Number 48. Janice purchased 20 items priced at $10 each, receiving a 5% trade discount. 20 by 10 is how much?
200.
200. And you receive a 5% discount. 5% of 200 is 10.
10.
Right? So 200 minus 10 is 190. 200 minus the trade discount, 190. 1 month later, she paid her bill by check, taking advantage of a 10% cash discount. Which of the following amounts would Janice have to pay if she had missed the discount? So if she did not get the discount, how much she'd have to pay?
190.
The full 190. Because when you get a trade discount, you
So
subtract
why
it.
does it say,
I listen.
why does it say she paid her bill by check by taking advantage of a cash discount if
So
she
it's
paid
that,
by check?
right. It doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter if she paid check, credit card, debit card. The name of the discount is cash discount. A cash discount is a discount given to encourage people to pay what they owe in faster. Right? So you wouldn't get something called a check discount. That's just the name of the discount. So you see how trade discounts are called trade discounts, given when you buy in bulk or when you buy often. Cash discount is the name of the discount that is given to encourage customers to pay what they owe in faster.
So you still get the discount.
Yeah, well, they would get the discount if you pay check, it doesn't matter. Once you pay on time, you get the cash discount. But what they asked is
Yeah.
how much she would have to pay if she did not get the discount. That's why we get 190 as the answer.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm. Right. So the cash discount will be recorded in the cash book. Trade discounts are not recorded in the cash book. Just FYI. Number 49 refers to the following information. What is the balance as per bank statement? So we start over with 60. Any bank statement, right? For bank statements, not for cash books. For bank statements, when you get money, it goes on the credit side. When you spend money, it goes on the debit side. So you start over with 60. You get $90. 60 plus 90 is 150. Then you have a standing order for 100. So you spend 100. So you add 150, you spend 100. So now you're on 50. Then you get a credit transfer of 30. So you get $30. 50 plus 30 is 80. Then you had bank charges of $85. So your balance will be 80 minus 85, negative 5. Right? So remember, for the bank statement, When we get money, it's on the credit side. When we spend money, it's on the debit side. So because it's -5 for the bank statement, it would be on the debit side. All right, that's just for the bank statement specifically. Yeah?
Could you repeat, please?
We'll do over the whole thing?
Just the one with the double entry for it, really.
All right, so for bank statements, increase, once our money increasing, it will be on the credit side of a bank statement. Decrease, it will be on the debit side. Because remember, they're recording for themselves, right? So if I put money into my bank account, that is not them getting money. So they wouldn't debit that. They now owe me that money. When I put that money in the bank account, they're holding it for me. They owe me that money. So in a way, their liability increased. So they would credit. When money comes out of my account, they now owe me less money. So they would debit. Right? That's how they see it from their side. Right? So for us, once we get in money, it will be on the credit side of the bank statement. Once we spend in money, it will be on the debit side of the bank statement. Right. Number 50. A surprise I see in this question for the first time tonight. R. Stevens, a petty cashier, received a float of $350. He spends $320. So normally, if you spend $320, how much money do they have to give you back?
320.
$320, right? And that would bring them back to $350. But then he requests that his float be increased to $400. So for it to increase from $350 to $400, how much additional you'll have to get?
80
From $350 to $400, how much additional
or
you have to get?
50.
50. So they'll reimburse the $320 to bring him back to $350, and then they'll give him the 50 additional to bring him to $400. So in total, they'll give him how much?
370. See?
$370. Right? This question has come. I've seen it come more than once. I'm surprised this is the first time I've seen it for the night.
Oh, you can go for number 50.
Right. So he starts off with $350, right? He spent $320.
Yeah.
So how much he have? How much you have after he spent $320?
$30.
$30, right? So it's time to reimburse him. They want to bring him back to $350. As a matter of fact, they increase it to $400. So he have 30 and they increasing his float to $400. How much they have to give him? So he'll no longer have 30, he'll have $400. How much they have to give him to bring him up to $400?
$370.
And that's how we get the answer.
Hmm. So it sounds so complicated before.
You get it now, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Number 51, we've done this one. 200,000, $2 shares is 400,000. 10,000, $5 shares is 50,000. 200,000 plus 50,000 is how much?
450,000.
450,000. Number 52, the net profit of a firm was shown as 1,600. It was later discovered, we did this one already, that discount received was undercast by 10 and purchases was understated by 36. What is the correct net profit? So you start off with 1,600. Discount received is a revenue. You normally add revenue, but it was undercast by 10, which means you didn't add enough. So I have to add 10. And then purchases was understated by 36. We normally subtract purchases. This means purchases wasn't subtracted enough. So you have to minus 36. And that gives us 1,574. A. Number 53. Credit sales which have not been paid up must be included in the total sales figure at the end of the period. Which accounting principle justifies the statement?
B, sir.
Matching or accruals concept. Any one would have been the answer, right? Number 54, sorry. Now they asking LIFO. So we're going to practice all of them. Using the LIFO method, how much is closing stock? LIFO means last in, first out. So we purchased 25th and the 10th. The last one in would be the 10th. So when we sell 100, we'd sell that 100 from this 600 because that was the last one in. So we have 500 remaining. Then we sell the next 100. We'd sell that next 100 from the 500 we had remaining. So now we have 400 remaining. So we have 400 at $3 each, which is 1,200. And then we still have our 200 at $6 each, which is 1,200.
Just hold on.
Am I do it again?
Yes, please.
No problem. So I start off with on the 5th of April, I had 200 grams at $6 each, right? That's what I purchased. Then the 10th of April, I purchased 600 grams at $3 each. The one on the 10th of April would be the last set of goods to come in. You following so far, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So when I sell this 100 on the 12th of April, the last set of goods that come in is the first set of goods to go out. So I'm going to sell that 100 from the 600 grams. And that would leave me with 500 grams remaining, right? Yeah,
Yes,
so
sir.
far? All right. Then on the
Yes, sir.
17th, I sold another 100. I'm going to take it from the last set of goods to come in, which will be these 500 goods here. So I sell 100 from this 500, and that leaves me with 400 remaining. Alright, so now they want to know the total value of the goods I have remaining. That will be the 200 grams from before at $6 per gram, which is 1,200 in total. And then the 400 grams I have remaining here at $3 per gram, which is 1,200 in total. When I add them together, I will get the total value, which is how much?
2,400.
2,400. So the answer will be C. Just asking. Just asking. Is 12 o'clock too late? Or 12 could work?
Sir, that's
Oh man, sir, go as long as was the one. I want to
too.
crack examiner, sir.
Alright. Just checking, just checking.
So any sleep one, we can get a sleep before exam.
Alright. Item 55 refers to the following information. F. Taylor's terms of payment for all his debtors is 4% 15 days. That means if you pay within 15 days, you get a 4% discount. This is a cash discount example, right? The following debtors pay within different times as shown. Which debtor will receive the discount? Who pays
Sir,
it
1 and
in
3.
1 and 3, right? Pearl get the hard luck. Next time pay earlier, Pearl. Can be owing people. Number 56. How would the purchase of equipment on credit affect a firm's statement of financial position? We did this question.
Yes, sir.
Where?
A, right? It will increase our assets, but it also increase our liability. Anybody here doing history?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, you make sure and get, you supposed to be studying history. History's in the morning.
Yeah, but that's okay. I could multitask.
All right, boss. All right, do your thing. An asset, 57, an asset purchased for 1,000 depreciates at a rate of 10%. We know this question, we know this answer already. What's the answer for this one? Who remembers?
B, sir.
B, right? Let's check in
B.
and see if you remember, but I'll still work it out again. It's the reducing balance method. So you always have to minus 10% of the value of the asset. So in year one, we purchased it for 1,000, and we'll minus 10% of 1,000. 10% of 1,000 is 100. 1,000 minus 100 will give us 900. Year two, it will now be valued 900, and you'll minus 10% of 900. 10% of 900 is 90. 900 minus 90 is 810. So at the end of year two, it will be valued 810, which means at the start of year three, it will be valued 810, right? That's how we got it. Number 58, we did this one already. What's the answer? Do you remember?
I think it was D.
D.
It was A. But let's calculate it. They said 25% of every dollar above 2,000. How much money is above 2,000 in a monthly salary?
1,500.
Right, so it'll be 25% of 1,500, which is how much?
$375.
Right. And then they said overtime, it was 30% of overtime paid. So it'll be 800 by 30%, which is how much?
40, sir.
240. Add them together and you get 615.
Sir, question.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, o'clock. It's 12 o'clock in your time or my
Yeah,
time?
12 o'clock my time, 11 o'clock your time. All right, number 59.
So
Well,
you
I'll
could
try
do
and
over
finish
that
before that
question.
still. What's that?
So I think it was 58 you was doing. Yeah, it was 58.
Yeah, I just finished 58. So I'm going to 59 now.
Yeah, so you could do over 58, please.
Do it
I don't
over.
know how you get to 240 here.
All right, the 240 is overtime is 30. They said it's 30% on overtime earned. Overtime is 800. 30% of 800 is 240. And then I
No,
just
so
add the two of
I
them
don't know
together.
how you get. So because it say 25% on every
A
dollar
dollar
above
above
2,000.
of the monthly salary.
Right.
So that is the
So I
monthly
take
salary here.
35 by 25%, and I get
No, it's every
100.
dollar above 2,000. So the 1,500 is above is 3,500, right?
Yes, sir.
So you want to know how much of every dollar above 2,000 would be the difference between 3,500 and 2,000, which is 15. So they mean the first 2,000, you don't have to pay anything on that. But all the money above 2,000, you have to pay 25% tax on. So out of the 3,500, 2,000 you're not paying tax on. The remainder you're paying tax on it. That is how we get the
Oh.
1,500.
Oh, okay.
All right. 59, the gross profit of a firm is 7,200. Bad debts is 200. Okay. Insurance paid is 1,240, which includes prepayment of 40. What is the net profit of the firm? So the prepayment, are we including that? Do we include prepayment?
No.
No. So we have to minus that 40 from the insurance, right? So instead of 1240, it will just be 1200. So we have our gross profit, and we're going to minus our expenses. We're going to minus the bad debts of 200 and the insurance of 1200. And that will give us how much?
5,800.
5,800.
So you mind repeating the calculations for that question, please?
Sure. Is normal net profit is gross profit, add revenue minus expenses, right? There's no revenue here, so it's just gross profit minus expenses. According to the accruals concept, any expenses owing, we still have to record it in the income statement. But any expenses that is not meant for the period, we do not record it in the income statement. So they said the insurance was $1240, but 40 was a prepayment, meaning $40 out of that $1240 was a payment in advance for the following period. We only record or we only use items that is meant for this period. So we minus that 40 that was prepaid from the insurance paid. And then we just calculate our gross profit, our net profit normal by taking gross profit and subtracting expenses. So let me write it on the board. The insurance was $1240, but we minus the prepayment because we do not record prepayment in the income statement. So it's $1240 minus the 40, which is equal to 1200. And our net profit now, because there's no revenue, it will be gross profit minus expenses. The gross profit is 7,200, and the expenses will be the bad debts of 200 and the insurance, but we're not using 1240 for the insurance. We're only using 1200. That 40, there's a prepayment, we're not including it. So 7,200 minus 200 and minus 1200 gave us the 5,800.
Okay, so again, thanks.
No problem. Number 60. We did this one already. In an effort to raise capital, a company offered 205% debentures at $100 each. What does the 5% represent?
C.
The 5% to be paid. And that brings us the end of Jan 2025. We're going to take a break here, and then we're going to look at the second paper that had less repeats than normal, which was May 2024. Then we will look at 2 more papers with repeats, and no, 3 more papers with repeats, and an AI paper, and we'll finish, right? This is the next one that had some new questions in it, right? So you're going to take a look at this one.
So what paper is this?
May 2024. May and Jan 2025 had some new questions. And then May 2025 was back to normal million repeats. Let's see, number 1, we know the answer for number 1. We do this 3 or 4 times already. Where's the answer?
1860.
Number 2, the main internal user.
A.
Manager.
Number 3, Loans, creditors, and accrued expenses are examples of.
Liabilities.
Easy thing. Number 4, where would directors' remuneration be found?
Director's current account.
Where? Nope. In the profit and loss account. It's an expense.
The C.
C. Number 5. We do this one already.
Three.
E.
Number 6. We do this one already. Did we do this one? Yeah. We do a similar one.
Yeah, but this one has to look up.
40,000.
Alright. So you know machine will be assets, Quinity assets, debtors assets, inventory assets, cash assets. That would add up to 20, 30, 40, 43,000. And then we'll minus bank overdraft and we'll minus creditors, which will give us 36,000. If my maths is correct. You can double check my maths if you want.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Number 7. Which feature of the partnership implies that each partner can be called upon to liquidate personal property in order to pay the business debts?
B.
B.
Unlimited liability.
B. Sorry.
In a limited liability company, which of the following groups of persons is paid first?
Preference shareholders.
It's actually
So the debenture
The
holders.
bench,
main
It's the
yeah.
shareholders.
branch.
Right? So preference shareholders get paid before ordinary shareholders. But the debenture holders get paid before the owners. Right? You owing me money, you have to pay me what you owing me before you pay yourself. Number 9, which are the following are profitability ratios?
E.
4 and 3.
Current ratio is a liquidity ratio.
E.
Net profit margin and gross profit margin. 1 and 2. Right. Number 10, which one of these are current liabilities?
Accounts payable and accrued wages.
Accounts payable and accrued wages. So 2 and 3. Let's check in something. Is he right paper, boy? Number 11. Yeah, it is. So they made a mistake here, right? This is normally, one of them is normally 240, 2,400. They made a mistake. No, 2,500. So when they add it together, it's supposed to come up to 6,400. So your total cost is 6,400 and your total units is 640. So the cost for 1 unit is your total cost divided by total units.
The answer was 10.
Yeah, the answer is 10. All right, number 12. S&S Enterprises bought a motor vehicle valued at 250,000 to deliver goods.
B.
That's not. 3 years have passed. Yeah, B is the answer. And they still recorded at the original value. That is the prudence concept. Right? It is supposed to record the assets at the lowest possible value. Number 13. Which of them is a true credit?
C.
Decrease in accounts receivable, correct? Number 14. One second. Right, 14 and 15 refer to this. What is the opening? The opening bank balance indicates that the firm had 2,500. A, B, C, or D?
B.
As an overdraft because it's on the credit side, right? Mhm. Number 15. What best describes the entries on May the 8th?
Contra
A contra entry.
Contra entry, good. Number 16, what is the closing cash balance? So to get the closing cash balance, you have to add up the larger side and subtract the smaller side from it. So to be 1,750, take away 150.
1,600.
1,600. All right, number 17. A motor vehicle was credited from AG Motors for use in a business. How should this be recorded?
D, sir.
You debit the motor vehicle, credit AG Motors. Number 18. What does the 529,800 represent?
D.
The total sale.
Sale.
Good. Number 19. The credit balance brought forward on P. John's revenue account is 25. This means that for the year 25, for the year, $25 in rent revenue
A is prepaid.
is prepaid, correct? Number 20. Which of the following items can be used to adjust the cash book balance before a bank reconciliation statement is prepared?
D.
Right. So once it doesn't have unpresented checks or late lodgement in the answer, that is the answer. So in this case, it is indeed B. Number 21. The debit side of the trial balance exceeds the credit side by 1,200. A suspense account should therefore be opened on the
A.
debit side.
D, sir.
It will be on the credit side. It has to be opened on the smaller side in order to make both sides equal. So it will be B. Number 22. Money spent by a company on the purchase or improvement of a non-current asset is referred to as
C.
capital expenditure. Very good. Number 23. What is the rate of inventory turnover? Who knows the formula?
They have to
The
find the
COGS over your average stock.
Alright, so let's calculate average stock.
Opening inventory, add your closing inventory divided by 2.
Very good. Who's that talking there?
Shaniqua.
Papa Laps, good job. So that'll be 18,500, right? That is your average inventory. So to calculate it, you're going to take your cost of goods sold, which is 20,000, and divide it by your average inventory of 18,500, and that will give you A.
So you could just re-explain that one, please.
So the formula for inventory over turnover is cost of sales divided by average inventory. The average inventory, the average of anything, if you get the average of 3 numbers, you add the 3 numbers and divide it by 3. To get the average of 7 numbers, you add 7 numbers and divide it by 7. To get the average of your 2 inventories, you add the 2 of them and divide it by 2. Opening inventory plus closing inventory and divide it by 2. That is how I got 18,500. And well, my cost of goods sold or cost of sales was 20,000. So I take 20,000 divided by 18,500, and that's how I got A. So try and remember this formula now. Inventory turnover is cost of sales divided by average inventory. Number 24, what would I pay in the purchases trading account? Purchases in the trading account. So that will be a cash purchases plus a credit purchases, right? Yeah. Creditors at start. Add credit purchases minus the cash paid to suppliers would equal to your creditors at end. Right? Because your creditors at start, if you buy stuff on credit, that will increase how much creditors you have, right? And if you're paying them what you owe them, that would decrease how much creditors you have. So creditors at start, add credit purchases, minus your cash paid will give you your creditors at end. Your creditors at the 1st of Jan is 4,900. You're not sure what your credit purchases are, but your cash payments are 15,000, and that gives you creditors at end of 2,000. So we're going to do a little bit of algebra, right? Just a little bit. We're going to make credit purchases the subject of the formula. So I'm going to move this across here. When I move the negative 15,000 across here, what does it become?
positive 15,000.
Positive 15,000. When I move this positive 4,900 across here, what does it become?
Negative 4,100.
Alright. So my credit purchases will be equal to the 2,000, add 15,000 because it became positive, minus 4,900. So that will be 2,000 plus 15,000, that's 17,000. 17,000 minus 4,900 is 12,100. So that's my credit purchases. Credit purchases equals 12,000. Oh my. Purchases equals 12,100. But that's not my total purchases. What would I have to do to get my total purchases now?
Add the cash purchases for
Add
the year.
add the cash purchases. So 12,100 plus 58,000, and that gives me the 17,900. Right, are you seeing some new questions here? So it have the repeats, but it have some new ones as well, right? And that's why I deem this paper and the Jan 2025 paper the two most important paper ones to do. So you can get accustomed to seeing new questions instead of just doing the same repeated questions over and over again. So that if by chance new questions do come, you'll be able to handle it, right? Like number 25. Number 25, they say prime cost is 89,850. Factory overheads is 33,750. Direct wages is 66,000. And they wanted to calculate the cost of raw materials used in production. Your prime cost is equal to your direct wages plus your direct materials. Normally, it's also direct wages plus direct materials plus direct expenses, right? But
Yeah.
this question doesn't have any direct expenses. So we're leaving that out for now. Prime cost is 89,850. So 89,850 is equal to direct wages of 66,000 plus the direct materials. How much you can calculate the direct materials from here? How much would it be?
A.
A?
Yes, sir. 23,850.
All right. Number 26. Which of the following would be treated as a prime cost in the manufacturing account? Literally just did it.
Direct wages.
Direct wages. Number 27, they said payments made to committee members in a cooperative is known as, and
C.
they are known as an honorarium. Right? Payments made to committee members in a cooperative, they call it an honorarium. Number 28, what is the total of the total value of the float in this petty cash? What is the
D.
total? Tell me the amount.
100.
100, right? Because you started with 15 and they reimburse you 85 to reach back to your float. So your float to be 15 plus 85, which is the 100. The $85 in cash, which was received on the 1st of August, represents what?
B.
The restoration of the impress. So you had $15, so they restore your petty cash by giving you 85 to bring it back to your float. How much should the petty cash be reimbursed at the end of August? They're supposed to be reimbursed the amount that they spent. How much did they spend?
$99.
$99, so they would be reimbursed $99.
Sir, where you get the 99 there?
Add up everything here. 10 plus 20 plus 14 plus 25 plus 30 will give you 99.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Number 31. We do this question plenty times. 200,000 by $2 is $400,000. 10,000 by $5 is 50,000. Add them together, 450,000. Number 32. The owner of a business does not keep proper accounting records, but she knows the capital was 40,000 on the 1st of January and 85,000 on the 31st of December. She withdrew 100 of inventory during the year.
So the answer for this wasn't 5,000.
No, it was 46,000. Well, let's calculate it. You need to know this formula before they go in on the exam tomorrow. Opening capital, add net profit, show you how much times will you see this formula for the night, minus drawings equals closing capital. Make sure you know this formula before you go into the exam. They said capital on the 1st of Jan was 40,000. So your opening capital is 40,000. You don't know what your net profit is. Your drawings is 1,000. And that will give you a closing capital of 85,000. 40,000 minus 1,000 is 39,000. So 39,000 plus net profit equals 85,000. Can you calculate net profit for me?
46,000.
46,000.
Excuse me, sir. So you muted, by the way.
Number 33 now. They want to know how much is the direct labor cost. Yes, Zachary. See your hand up.
You can go back down so I can see the formula, please.
Sure. Opening capital, add net profit minus drawings equals closing capital.
Okay, I get it.
Right. So, the direct labor cost is the workers who are directly working on the production of the good or service, right? With that in mind, what will be our direct labor cost here? They must be directly working on making the product or service.
Machine operator.
Just the machine operator, nobody else. The supervisor would not be part of direct costs, the maintenance worker would not be part of direct costs, and the accountant would not be part of the production cost on the whole. They would be in the office. So the answer is 6,000, just the machine operator. Number 34, we did this question before. What conclusions can we come with? Is the company engaged in profitable enterprise? Are they engaged in profitable enterprise?
Yeah.
Yes, because they made net profit, right? So they're definitely profitable. The company is not doing so well. Can we come to that conclusion?
No, sir.
No, we don't have enough information to say that, right? Especially since they're making a profit. More dividends can be given to ordinary shareholders. For me
So
to
1 and 3.
Yeah, 1 and 3. When I add this up, it comes up to less than the net profit, which means I still have money remaining in my net profit to put more dividends to ordinary shareholders if I wanted. So it's 1 and 3. Wages are usually paid how often?
Monthly? No, weekly.
When you get
So weekly.
a payroll question, what you have to calculate? How you have to calculate it? Monthly
Annual.
or weekly?
Weekly.
Weekly, right? So that is what you wanted to put. Now in real life, Mostly time is paid monthly, yeah, but power 6 you want to want. Number 36, on the 1st of June, P-Shark, a sole proprietor, owed creditors 4,300. During the month, he paid 13,100 by check, and at the end of the month, his balance owing was 2,700. Cash purchases for the month was 3,500. What's his total purchases? So we know cash purchases. Let's get the credit purchases. We have started off with 4,300. No, I'm not do the formula. Creditors at start. Add credit purchases. Minus payments. Will give us our creditors at end, right? Our creditors at start is 4,300. We do not know how much our credit purchases are. We paid 13,100, and our creditors at the end is 2,700. Again, we're going to do some algebra, just like one of the questions we did before. We're going to make credit purchases the subject of the formula. When you move this across here, what does it become? When we move
Positive.
right? And when we move this across here, what does it become?
It is
Negative. Now leave us with credit purchases is equal to 2,700. Add 13,100 minus 4,300. When you calculate that, how much you get?
11,500.
And then we have to add that to our cash purchases, which is 3,500. And how much you get? How much you get when you add it to the cash purchases?
15,000.
15,000.
Go over this one.
All right, so the first thing we have to do is calculate our credit purchases. They want us to calculate total purchases. Total purchases is your cash purchases plus your credit purchases. We already have our cash purchases. What we need to calculate is our credit purchases. We know we started off owing 4,300. We had credit purchases, but we don't know how much. We paid off our creditors, and at the end, we were owing 2,700. So I write out this formula. We have our creditors at start. Then I add credit purchases because credit purchases would increase our creditors, right? The more we buy on credit, the more we owe. And minus payments because the more we pay our suppliers, the less we owe them. And that gives us our creditors at end. Our creditors at the start of the year was 4,300. We don't know how much net purchases we had. Our payments was 13,100. And that's supposed to give us our creditors at end at 2,700. From there, I just did some algebra to make credit purchases the subject of the formula, and I calculated it. Once I had credit purchases, I added to the cash purchases, and that gave me my total purchases. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Mhm. Number 37, Mrs. Allen invested 20,000, and Mrs. Brown and Mr. Cable invested 5,000 each. The loss abstained was 1,000. They are silent in how they split losses, but the profits are split at a ratio of 2 to 2 to 1. It doesn't matter if they're silent or loud on losses. Losses are shared the same way profits are shared. How much of the loss must be borne by Cable? Cable would be the 1. So Cable would be 1,000. So that's how much the loss was. Multiply by 1 over how much?
5 or
5.
3.
5. It's 2 plus 2 plus 1 is 5, right? So it'll be 1,000 by 1 over 5. 1/5 of 1,000 is
200.
200. Number 38. Which one of those ratios is a liquidity ratio?
Asset test.
Mm-hmm. Number 39. What is the credit sales for the month of May? So it's similar to what you're just doing just now. All right. So to make it easier, I'm going to lump together everything that would reduce the amount you're owing, right? So I have my sales ledger balance at start. Add credit sales, because credit sales would increase how much you're owing. And then I'm going to lump together all the decreases just to make it a little easier to write. And that will give me my sales ledger balance at end. Right? My sales ledger balance at start is 3,000. I don't know how much my credit sales are yet. And when it comes to the things that would reduce how much you're owing, that would be how much they owe you, sorry. That would be return inwards. If they return the goods to you, they no longer owe you for it. Bad debts. If you write them off as a bad debt, they don't owe you anymore. Discount allowed. If you give them a discount, they don't owe you that discount. And checks received from accounts receivable. If they pay you what they owe you, they no longer owe it. That is a total of 7,800. That will give me my closing balance of 4,000. So it's just like the sales that the purchases ledger when we did. Now we're gonna do algebra. I'm gonna move this across here. So it will become, what will it become?
Positive.
Positive. And I'm gonna move this 3,000 across here. And it will become,
Negative.
so I'll have credit sales is equal to 4,000. Add 7,800 minus 3,000. That is how
Sorry.
much?
8,800.
8,800. Number 40. On the 31st of May, it was discovered that a customer's check of $150 has been dishonored. What will be K's updated sales ledger control account balance? Wait, this part of 39. Oh. So his balance was 4,000. But now you find out a check was dishonored. So that customer owing him that 150 again. So you'd add that 150 to the 4,000 balance. Right? So his sales ledger balance at the end was 4,000. Meaning people was owing him a total of 4,000. But then he found out one of the customer's checks was dishonored. So the person now owes him that 150 again. So his balance went up from 4,000 to 4,150. 41 we've done already. Your credit Rose's capital 10,000. Your debit cash 3,000 and debit the motor vehicle. Debit cash 7,000, debit the motor vehicle 3,000. So your debit the assets, credit to capital. We did that one before. We did a similar one to this before. What do we have to do here? Anybody?
So you have to find 3% of the 6,300 and then check to see if you pay in time, then you find 2% of the remaining balance after you find the 3%.
Very good. So you have to minus that 3% first. Trade discount subtracted immediately. So 630 minus 3%.
18.9.
It's now 600. Well, okay, $611.10. That's how much you remain with.
Yes, sir.
And then they paid on the 8th. So they qualified for the discount. So it'll be $611.10 minus 2% of that. And that will give you $598.88. So the answer is B. If you had just add the 3 and the 2% together and minus it from 630, you would have gotten A, and that would be wrong. Somebody asked if we could use calculators. Yes. Number 43. What is compulsory in partnerships again?
Yeah, profits and losses.
Profits and losses are shared. 44. Which account should depreciation of office machines be transferred to?
House.
Profit and loss.
Capital.
You want to know the asset test ratio?
Yeah,
Asset
yeah.
test. I'm here.
Would you use the same formula, current asset over current liability for asset test?
But without inventory. So it'll be a current assets without inventory divided by current liabilities.
Okay, sir.
So that'll be cash in hand and debtors, 11,000 divided by creditors and rates owing, 2,000, which will be 5.5. So the answer will be C,
See, yeah.
5.5 to 1. Then you ask for the current ratio. The current ratio, you would include all of your current assets, which includes closing inventory. So now that I include closing inventory, it will be 12,000 divided by the current liabilities are 2,000, which is 6. Number 47. What will be the accounting entry for recording allowance without for debts incurred in 2022? So in 2021, it would be 2% of 6,000. Two percent of 6,000 is 30. In
No,
2020,
sir.
120.
120.
120. Where you get 30 from? Hey, where you get 30 from? 120
Mm-hmm.
and 2% of 5,000,
100.
100. And we record the change in provision. So it went from 120 to 100. How much did it change by?
20.
20. Did it increase or decrease?
Decrease.
When it decreases, you debit your provision for doubtful debts.
So A. Okay.
E. Number 48, a bad debt. A debt is considered a bad debt if the account receivable
B.
fails to pay. Number 49 and 50 refers to the following bank account of a business. In the records of the bank, the opening balance represents what?
A, an asset.
In the records of the bank, that not 5,600 for them will
Sir,
be a
would it?
liability.
Oh, okay.
Remember, that is our money. It's not theirs. So now where they owe us that money. Number 50. What is the balance carried down at the end of the period? So you have to add up the larger side and subtract the smaller side from it. The larger side looks like the credit side. So 9,000 plus 8,400 is 17,400. Then we're going to minus the smaller side from it. 11,000 minus 5,600. That will leave us with 800. The balance carried down will be 800 on the debit side, the smaller side. Last 10. 51 refers to the following list of balances. Based on the above, what's the working capital? How do you calculate working capital?
Current assets take away current liability.
Right? So we need to calculate our current assets here. What will be our current assets?
Inventory in hand.
Cash and
Mm-hmm.
inventory
Mm-hmm.
and trade receivables.
Mm-hmm. That adds up to 5,000 plus 2,400 plus 4,600. That's 12,000, right? And then we're gonna divide it by, we're gonna subtract our liabilities, which will be 4,800 and the 700,
So that'll be 6,500.
which is B. '52 refers to the following information from Jesse Manufacturing Limited. What is the cost of production for Jesse Manufacturing Limited? That will be prime cost plus factory overheads, add opening work in progress, minus closing work in progress. Prime cost plus factory overheads plus opening work in progress minus closing work in progress. So that's 20,000 plus 15,000 plus 5,000 minus 3,000. That is 37,000, right? Y'all got 37,000?
Yes, sir.
All right. You don't care about that opening stock and closing stock of finished goods. Number 53. If revenue expenditure is overstated, what will be affected? If you overstate your expenses in the income statement, what will be affected?
Profit.
Mm-hmm. Number 54. The total of the written outwards journal is transferred to where?
Credit side of the purchases book.
Not purchases. Is it the obvious side? The obvious thing? Credit side of what?
The return outwards
The
account.
written outwards account. The written outwards journal is transferred to your written outwards account. The total of your sales journal is transferred to your sales account. Purchases account. The total of your sales journal transferred to your sales account. Total of your purchases journal transferred to your purchases account. Total of written inwards journal transferred to written inwards account. What is your closing capital? We did this one. It's opening capital. What will we do with the net loss? Add or subtract?
We subtract the net loss.
Mm-hmm. Opening capital minus net loss
Minus
minus drawings.
You get 2,000.
Mm-hmm.
one
1,000.
is the answer, right, sir?
Mm-hmm. 3,000 minus 2,000 and give you 1,000.
Okay.
56 and 57 refers to the following information which shows receipts and payments for a youth group. What is the opening bank balance? So we have to work backwards, right?
Yes,
They gave us the closing bank balance.
sir. So that be the closing bank balance.
Mm-hmm. And
Take the donation received.
right,
Take away the fees collected.
right.
competition, and then you're gonna add the purchase of price for essay competition, and then add the purchase of the photocopies.
Exactly. So you're gonna work back everything that you normally add, you're gonna subtract. Everything you normally subtract, you're gonna add. That's how you work backwards. Very good. And that would give you
Then you could just repeat the formula.
2,400. So they have a closing balance, right? And they want it to go back to get the opening balance. To get the opening balance from a closing balance, you have to work backwards. So everything that you would normally add, so you normally add money you get and you'd minus money you spend, right? But if you're working backwards, you're going to subtract the money you got and you're going to add the money you spent. So if I minus 10 from a certain number and I got 20 and I got 25, to find out what that number is, I would have to work backwards. So I'd have to add back that 10 to see what that number was before. 25 plus 10 is how much?
35.
Right. So if I work backwards, I'll find out that the x was actually 35. 35 minus 10 is 25. It's the same thing here. I want to see what my opening balance was before all these things happened. So I have to undo them. So I have to work backwards. So all the things that are added to get the closing balance, I'm going to have to subtract it. All the things that are subtracted to get the closing balance, I'm going to have to add it back. Right, so to be closing balance, add back the donations received, add back the fees collected, add back the, sorry, what's saying? Minus the discount received, minus the fees collected, minus the receipts from SA, then add back the purchases from the prizes and add back the purchases of the photocopiers. And that is how you get the 2,400.
So the fees collected minus.
Yeah, you're working
Okay.
backwards. Normally you would have added it, but you're working backwards, so you're subtracting it. Between this one and January 2025, which one you'll find was more difficult?
Very good. Me.
Between this one and the one we did before, Jan 2025, which one you'll find which one you'll find more difficult?
This one.
This one? You'll see why I see this one, this one important.
Yeah.
Mhm. Number 58.
C.
An asset purchased for 1,000 depreciates at the rate of 10% per annum using the reducing. We know this one.
Yeah.
What's the
C.
answer? C, right?
C.
Sorry, they do 57.
Number 59.
Sorry,
What is, say that again?
I never do 57.
57. All right, so you'd have had the opening balance, right? When you got the opening balance, you'd have add this donations received, add the fees collected, add the receipts for SA, minus the purchases for prizes, minus the purchases of photocopiers. And that would have given you a closing balance, right? But now, they wanted to work backwards to get back a opening balance. So all the things that they would have added, you're going to subtract it away. All the things that you would have subtracted, you're going to add it back. And to bring yourself back to the opening balance before any of these things happen. And so you're just working backwards.
So the purchases of prices for the essay is minus to add.
So normally, okay. Normally with them, I don't want to confuse you, because I'm not sure if you're asking what would normally be done or what we'll be doing in this case, right? So
Yes.
I was trying to avoid doing the long way because of time, but I'll do it the long way, right? So you would have had the opening balance. right? All the money you get, you would add. All the money you spend, you would subtract, right? Donations received, there's money you're getting or spending?
You're getting.
Getting, right? So you would add your donation received. Donation received. 2,000. So I'm going to put opening bank balance as X because you don't know what it is. Fees collected. Add or subtract?
Will you gain it? So add.
Right. Add fees collected. 9,600. Receipts from essay competition.
You gain it.
Getting. Add receipts from essay competition. 4,000. Purchases of prizes for essay. We getting or spending?
You're spending.
You're spending. So subtract purchases for prizes. Negative 2,000. And a purchase of photocopier. You getting or spending?
You're spending.
Spending. So minus purchase of photocopier. 6,000. And when you do this, this gives you the closing balance of 10,000. Right, so I'm going to write this over, but I'm going to write it horizontally, right? Opening balance was X plus a donations received of 2,000 plus a fees collected of 9,600 plus the receipts from SE 4,000 minus the purchases of prizes 2,000 minus the purchase of photocopier 6,000. That gives you a closing balance of 10,000. We need to find out what the opening balance is, what X is. So what we could do, we could add 2,000 to 9,600 to 4,000 and then minus the 2,000 and the 6,000. Just to simplify it a bit. So we're going to do all the maths. 2,000 plus 9,600 plus 4,000 minus 2,000 minus 6,000 would give me 7,600. So X plus 7,600 is equal to 10,000. Can you calculate X now?
Yes, sir.
How much would it be?
2,000.
2,400. 10,000 minus 7,600. Right. Oh, I left out 57. So you do 57 after. So 56 would be, that's how I got B, right? There's a longer way, but easier to understand.
Yes, sir.
Right? 57, they ask what is the total capital expenditure? What will be capital expenditure here?
The
Is it the 6,000?
Right, the purchase of the photocopier. Right, when you buy a fixed asset or make improvements to a fixed asset. Right, we did 58 already. 59, the following information relates to a privately managed charity. So they had 3,000 at the start. They want to know the balance, right? So we start off, they had 3,000 at the start of the year. You tell me if to add or minus. Operating expenses, add or subtract?
Subtract.
Subtract,
subtract,
so minus 1,000. Receipts from barbecue,
add,
Add.
add. Receipts from donations.
add,
Add.
Receipts from garage sale.
add,
Add.
So when you do that, the balance you end up with is B. 11,000. Number 60 now. Inventory purchased from M. Smith was on credit for 2,400 but posted into N. Smith's account. We did this one already. Alright, so purchases is always debited. So we debited purchases, but we credited N. Smith's account instead. So we have to debit N. Smith to take it out of the credit side, and then credit M. Smith where it was supposed to be in the first place.
So D.
So the answer will be D. Right? And that brings us to the end of May 2024. I know that one is a kind of not easy one. I really felt it from a 2024 students when I saw it. But it's an important one, right? It's for you all to, that in 2025 is for you all to get accustomed to doing some questions that aren't repeats. Just in case non-repeats come, right? We will take our last break now, and then we're going to do 2 more papers with repeats, just to refresh. I will make sure we remember the repeat questions in case it comes with repeats. And we will look at some made-up questions, right?
Yes, sir.
Sir, we're going to complete 3 papers within almost less than an hour.
Repeat questions, papers, yes. Unless I end up having to re-explain stuff a lot. Yeah, we should. Alright, so we'll start back at 11:15, right? So we're getting like a 12-minute break. This is May 2019. Number 1, we know this answer already. We see it enough times. What's the answer?
C.
C. Number 2, a company's rent expense account had an opening balance of 2,000 during the year. 6,000 rent was paid. At the end of the year, it had a closing balance of 1,500.
B, sir.
B.
B, correct. Number 3, in a partnership, which one is compulsory?
D.
Share profit and
D.
loss.
Number 4, which of the following terms describes the exchange of goods and services?
B as in boy.
A transaction, right? Number 5, which of the following best describes double entry?
D as in dog.
D.
Every transaction must have a debit entry and an equal credit entry. Number 6, which one of these are current liabilities?
C. 2 and
2
3.
and 3.
2 and 3. Number 7, which of the following is usually used to complete a general journal entry?
A.
A.
The
A.
narration.
Narration.
Alright. Number 8, the purpose of electronic clock card is to
B.
B.
record employees' attendance.
Employees' attendance.
Number 9, cash book is best used for recording.
D. Cash receipt and cash
Cash
payment.
receipts and cash
Cash
payment.
receipts and cash payments. Very good.
D.
Number 10, we did this question. 25% to every dollar above 2,000.
A.
A.
That's A, right? Yeah, we know how to work it out. We know how to work it out. Number 11, a businessman offers a discount for prompt payment for goods purchased under which
C.
are the 3-column cash book.
C as in cat.
Discount allowed.
Discounts allowed. Number 12, they want to know what sum of money Jim receives as gross salary. So, gross salary minus your deductions gives you a net pay. So to get back your gross salary, you're going to have to add back those deductions to net pay. So it'll be net pay, add tax, add union dues, add pension plan. You're ignoring overtime pay because overtime pay would already be included in your net pay. So 1,900 plus 150 plus 125 and plus 25. I'll give you how much?
200.
B.
2,200, right?
Yeah.
Mhm. Number 13, we do this one already.
10.
Mm-hmm.
10.
You add up, you get total cost divided by total units. 14, we know this one.
A.
General.
Mhm. Number 15, the balance of accounts payable is entered in the balance sheet under which heading?
Current liabilities.
Current
Current liability.
liabilities. Number 16, how does an increase in bad debts affect a sole trader's financial statement?
It decreases the net
B
profit.
I decreases
The net profit.
Yeah.
Mhm. Number 17, what's the answer for 17?
A
A.
Mm-hmm. See this one a
A.
few times. What's the answer for 18?
C
B.
Now,
C.
see this one a few times. You know this is joints, but all the others were sales. Number
A
19.
A.
Mm-hmm.
A.
Wages and rent are the nominal accounts. Number 20. When a proprietor withdrew cash or other assets from a business, what effect does it have on joints and capital or capital?
I
B.
B.
B. Capital is
B.
decreased. Number 21. A standing order of 25.
A
No, 25. Credit the bank account 25 here. Number 22. A trial balance is prepared using balances from what?
the ledger A
Ledger.
Ledger.
Correct. Number 23. What does the
Total sales.
Total sales.
C
thank you. What does the 185
Gross profit.
gross profit? Thank
Profit.
you. Number 24. Mrs. Smith does not keep proper records. Or you can remember this
C.
answer?
C.
C,
Yeah.
right?
C
So, or you see how nice the exam could be if repeats come, right?
Yep.
Number 25, what's the answer?
So
A.
A.
A
Mm-hmm. Number 26, they want to know the cost of goods sold. That will be your opening stock. Adding net purchases, which is purchases minus purchase returns minus your closing inventory.
B sir
B, correct. And to get your gross profit now, you will take net sales, which is sales minus return inwards, and then subtract your cost of goods sold from it. And that will give you
D.
A,
A
31,645. At a point in time that used to repeat so much, huh? This question, they stop bring it though. And see it in a while. Number 28, when a trial balance fails to agree, the difference is entered where?
D the
Suspense account.
Suspension
Suspense
account.
account. Number 29, which of the following items are not recorded in the appropriation account?
1 and 3.
1
1
and
and
3.
3.
Number 30, which of the following account shows how profits and losses are shared among partners?
Appropriation. Appropriation.
Appropriation. Mhm. Number 31, during the year, a company bought stationery for 220 and used 120 worth of it.
C
What is the
C.
expenditure? C, correct. Number 32, a motor van was credited from AG Motors and for use in the business. How
D
should this be recorded?
D as in dog
D.
Debit motor vehicle, credit AG Motors. 33, which of the following is a long-term liability?
B as boy.
Debentures.
B.
Cash sales was not entered in any book account, any books of account at all. So it wasn't entered at all.
So A.
What
A.
error is that?
A.
Error of omission, right? Number 35, which of the following are benefits of using accounting software?
D all above.
D
All
all
of them, right? It's good integrated analysis of information, almost immediate updating of records, programmable to recognize
A.
irregular activities. Number 36,
A.
yeah, we know
A.
it's
A.
A. It was an overdraft. Number 37, you all did this one already.
So 1300.
1300.
1300, correct. Number 38, whew. I could barely see this, but it's the petty cash one. They spend 180. How much they have to be reimbursed?
180.
180.
180. Number 39, which of the following is a book of prime entry? The journals are books of prime
Invoice.
entry.
Journal. Sales journal.
The sales journal. Number 10, a non-trading organization is mainly concerned with
So I can
providing
hardly
various
see.
services for its members. You can barely see it, but it's
C.
mainly concerned with providing various services for its members, right? Remember that question used to come often at a point in time. Non-trading organizations are mainly concerned with providing various services for its members. Number 41, a sole trader uses the trading account to determine
B gross profit.
B
gross
gross
profit.
profit.
Gross profit.
Number 42, they want to know the balance of the receipts and payments account. So let's do our adding again. Alright, so we starting off with the bank balance of 700, and you'll tell me if to add or subtract, right? Purchases of refreshments,
Sub.
Subtract.
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 Purchase of furniture,
Subtract.
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 proceeds from raffle,
Add.
Subtract.
add, that is money we get.
Add.
Stock,
Low that alone.
So will it be
exactly
C?
nothing. Say that again?
Will it be C?
C? I can't remember. I think it was B, but let's see. Donations to charity, add or subtract?
Subtract.
Subtract. Depreciation,
Low that alone.
right? That had nothing to do with cash we get in. Sale of equipment,
Add.
Add.
add. And it comes up to B, 1600. Number 43, which of the following states the correct order of stages of the accounting cycle?
D as in dog.
D as in dog.
Journal, ledgers, trial balance. Mr. Green and Mrs. Brown establish a business and deposit 5,000 to the bank account each. You would have to debit the bank account 10,000
D as
and
in
then
dog.
credit each partner's account 5,000. D.
D as in dog.
All right. Number 45, what is the cash balance? Let's see. Your time after add or subtract. Subscriptions received.
Add.
Add.
Rent paid.
Subtract.
Subtract.
Purchase of games and equipment.
Subtract.
Postage of circulars.
Add.
Add.
No, the postage of circulars is like paying for you to send out a mail. So
Oh.
that would be subtract.
Subtract.
Proceeds from book sales.
Add.
Add.
So that will give you 320. So the answer is
B.
C.
B.
Number 46, SMB Limited. Net income for the year was 89,000. Of this, 8,000 was transferred to the general reserve. Preference dividends paid was 2,400, and ordinary dividends proposed was 6,500. What is the value of the retained earnings, right? So you're going to take your net income, you're going to subtract any transfers to reserves, and you're going to subtract all of the dividends. So that would
Okay.
be, let me see, 89,000 minus 8,000 minus 2,400 minus 6,500. Yep, A is correct. Number 47. A mechanic starts his business with $10,000 worth of tools. What
C.
entry should be right? Debit tools, credit capital. Number 48. When writing up a book of a partnership, which account must each partner have?
B. A current account.
B.
Current
Current
account.
account.
Both of them must have a current account. Number 49. An asset purchased for 1,000 depreciates at a rate of 10% using the reducing balance method. What is the answer for this one?
B as in boy.
A10.
A.
810. See this one a few times. Number 50, which of the following account is transferred to the trading and profit and loss account? So
C.
C.
C, correct. An example of capital expenditure.
Purchasing a new building.
Purchasing a new building.
Then
Amalgamating Components was a private company until it admitted shareholders and sold shares on the stock exchange. Now it's a what?
Public limited.
public.
Public.
Public limited company.
Number 43. They want to know is the cost of raw materials available for production. Righty.
D.
D is correct. Opening inventory plus a net purchases of raw materials will give you a cost of raw materials available. Good job. In which account should depreciation of office machines be transferred to?
Profit and loss.
Profit and loss.
Profit and loss.
Profit.
The reward for profit received by shareholders is called what?
Dividend.
Dividends.
Which of the following may be used to calculate the cost of production?
D as in dog.
Prime cost plus factory overheads, add opening work in progress, minus closing work in progress. Number 57. First company's accountant has not recorded rent owing for the period.
A.
Right.
Accruals.
58. The purchase of equipment on credit will affect a firm's balance sheet by increasing assets and liabilities. Number 59, which of the following is not considered a source document?
B.
B.
B, medical certificate. And number 60 was the answer again? Oh, you can remember?
I think A.
The answer was A. Well, let's calculate it. Just in case, right? So, they work 40 hours, $7 an hour. 7 by 40 is 280, right? They have to pay income tax of 20. And then you have to pay 5% of the gross pay as Social Security. 5% of 280 is 14. So that's 280 minus 20 minus 14, and that's how you get it to 46. Right? So you see how when is a question which repeats, how quick you can run through it? Right, so that is the hope. But we also made sure and do Jan 2025 and May June 2024, just in case, right? You'll see some stuff that you didn't see before. Although you're panicking. Right. Alright, let's look at these little questions here, right? A business purchased stationery costing 500. At the end of the financial year, 150 worth of stationery remained unused. What amount should be shown in the stationery expense in the income statement? Out of the 500, out of the 500, 150 remained unused. So how much did we use?
350.
So the answer will be B, 350. All right, number 2, which of the following is the correct formula for calculating the cost of goods sold? Which one of those is correct? Which
So
one?
B.
Mm-mm.
A.
Wait. No, B is correct. Open inventory, add purchases minus closing inventory. B is correct. Number 3, the accounting concept of prudence is applied when
B.
the same account.
The
That is
same accounting
consistency.
methods are used from one
That,
period to the next.
that is consistency.
So A.
A business expected to continue in the foreseeable future. That's going
Going
concern.
concern. Sir, is it D?
Transactions are recorded using the dollar value at the time they occur. No. A business records all known losses but only recognizes profits when they are realized. That would be the answer. Alright, that's the closest to prudence
So
concept
why
there.
them waited so them way they're looking
I
so
don't
way.
know, but that is the closest to prudence. It means to be cautious. You record your assets at the lowest possible value, record your liabilities at the highest possible value. A credit notice issued by a seller to a customer should be entered first in the seller's
Sales journal? A?
not sales journal. Credit notes are
Purchases.
used when goods are returned.
Purchases.
Credit notes are used when goods are
Return
returned.
in outwards, inwards.
It's seller return inwards. Right? If the seller is the one who giving out the credit note, it's because somebody is returning goods to the seller. So that would be return inwards. Number 5, why it is looking so weird? Which of the following errors will be disclosed by trial balance? A purchase of 500 on credit was completely omitted. If it's completely omitted,
It was
would
not
it,
recorded.
right? So it wouldn't show up in the trial balance, right? Because,
Yeah.
right, a sale of 200 was correctly entered in the sales account, but debited in the wrong customer's account. Would that show up in the trial balance? As in, will the
No.
purchase
No.
not balance, right? Rent expense of 600 was debited in the rent account as 6,000. Would that show up in the trial balance?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it would, because there's only one side being affected. So the answer is C. Number 6, the main purpose of preparing a bank reconciliation statement is to do what?
Crackers.
Check all the answers first before. Update the cash
A?
book before preparing financial statements. Explain the difference between the cash. Explain the difference between the cash book balance and the bank statement balance. Right? Because there's a difference between the cash book balance and the bank statement balance. Say do bank reconciliation to find out why. Number 7, the sales ledger control account is used to check the arithmetic accuracy of the come on, the sales ledger control account will be checking which one?
C?
Oh, it's literally called the sales ledger control account. Number 8, in accordance to the Partnership Act, if there is no partnership agreement, interest on partners' capital is how much?
Equally shared.
Equally shared.
There's no interest on capital. If there is no partnership agreement, there's no interest on capital. Shares, profits is shared equally, but not interest on capital. There's no interest on capital and there's no interest on drawings. Any loans given by partners are paid at 5% interest and profits are shared equally. That is what happens if there is no partnership agreement. Number 9, a business takes out a long-term bank loan to purchase additional premises. The effect on the accounting equation:
A, sir.
increase assets and increase liabilities. Number 10, a company authorized shares of 500,000. It has issued 300,000 of the amount. The shareholders have paid 250,000 on the issued shares. What is the company's paid up capital? The amount that they actually paid is the paid up capital. So that would
Sir,
be,
150 A.
yeah, that would be A. Number 11, which of the following would be classified as a capital expenditure?
So B.
Capital expenditure is when you purchase a fixed asset or
Oh, my
improve a
bad,
fixed
sorry.
asset.
C.
C, cost of installing a new, more efficient engine in the delivery truck. Number 12, in the income statement, a sole trader, in the income statement of a sole trader, carriage outwards is treated as a what?
So the expense or so, something like so, but no, sir, asset.
It's an expense, right? I do see them asking about administrative or distributive expense, but it's treated as an expense. Number 13, the fixed capital of a partnership is unlikely to change unless
C. A partner is admitted or exists partnership. Partner retires.
correct. Under the reducing balance method, the annual depreciation charge is calculated on the
Mark value of the asset at the end of the year.
which value?
Market value, sorry.
The net book value. Not the market value, the net book value. For goods returned to a supplier, the customer would send the supplier a document known as a what?
A credit
A
note.
remittance advance.
The customer wouldn't give the supplier the credit note.
So is it D?
The customer would give the supplier a document known as a goods returned to a supplier. Very very seldom would that happen. And the customer would send a debit note. I don't see that question coming. These AI questions kind of lame in my humble opinion. Fidel's cash book showed a debit balance of 800. Well, not all, some of them. However, the bank statement shows an overdraft of 200. So the cash book has a debit balance of 800. Bank statement has an overdraft of 200. Oh gosh, I don't show the answer. And standing order of 1,000 not yet recorded by the cash book. That would reduce the balance to negative 200. So that's true. Number 17, the prime cost of a manufacturing product includes
Direct material, direct labor, and
they don't have anything saying direct expenses, so it just have to be B. Direct material and direct labor. Number 18, which section of the balance sheet is affected when a business creates a provision for doubtful debts?
Account receive
Yeah, account receivable is located where?
under the current assets.
Mm-hmm. So the
So
answer will be B. Current assets and capital. And remember, if it increases, the amount it increased by is an expense. That expense will lower your net profit, which affects capital. And well, you have to minus a provision for doubtful debts from your receivables. Well, I showed this answer already. Using FIFO, the ended balance is normally based on the most recent cost incurred. Number 20, a debit balance brought down on a partner's current account indicates that the partner
can you repeat?
a debit balance brought down on a partner's current account indicates that the partner,
C has drawn more money than their share of the profit.
correct? So I'll send you these after with the explanations, and if you want, you could go over it. Number 21. Which of the following is a characteristic of private limited company?
There's a restriction. What? So
There's a restriction on the transfer of its shares.
that's the answer, sir?
Mm-hmm. You cannot trade on the stock exchange. You must have at least 7 shareholders. That is public. And publish annual financials in the public view. That is public as well. So the answer will be C. Number 22. The profit of a non-trading organization is called what?
A surplus of income over what?
A surplus.
So, sir, when we talk about surplus of income over expenditure, what's
So you have in the non-profit organization, you have something called an income and expenditure account, which is similar to your income statement. You record all your income on the credit side, and you record all your expenses or your expenditure on the debit side. And if your income is greater than your expenditure, you have a surplus. So surplus of income over expenditure just means you have more income than you have expenses. Petty cash operator impress system. The float is 200. At the end of the week, cash in hand is 35. How much on vouchers totaled 165?
B?
He should be reimbursed the 165 he spent, right?
Yes, sir.
Number 24. What is the effect of recording a purchase of inventory on credit as a debit to purchase and what? And a credit for sales? So,
So your gross profit will be overstated?
pay putting money in the sales when they're not supposed to be in sales. So that'll be B. Because probably understated. They record the purchases of inventory and credit as a debit to purchases, all right, and a credit to sales. They increase their sales. which overstates your gross profit. Right? So they make a mistake. It's supposed to be overstated. That's why they have this long explanation. Alright, so if you check the answer after B, I want to know. Number 25, a company's net profit is 15,000. It has 50,000 $1 ordinary shares. And I don't think this whole question print out properly. Yeah, definitely didn't. That one either, so skipping it. Number 26, in a manufacturing account, factory overheads would include what?
The wages of factory workers who make the product.
It would be the factory workers who make the product would be direct.
So C, sir.
C, wages of factory supervisor. 27, the wage account in the general ledger is closed at the end of the period by what?
Then into the profit and loss account and crediting the wages account.
Correct. E. Number 9, fixed asset was purchased for 20,000. It I'll even know this one. I'm sure I carried it. I don't know why these things coming out like that. Which of the following is an example of a statutory deduction from an employee's gross pay? Statutory.
D.
D, the tax. And 30, if a business has a current ratio of 2 to 1 and an asset ratio of 1 to 1, that suggests that
The business rely heavily on selling inventory to pay its debts.
now this means it have a large amount of inventory. So when you take away the inventory, it went from 2 to 1 to 1 to 1. I don't see most of those AI questions coming, to be honest. Find those AI questions was weak. Not gonna lie. But I believe there will be some repeats, and I believe there will be some new questions. I'm hoping that the quotes
So you
unquote
never
new
know.
questions, yeah, you never know. I hope any new questions are they reuse some from January 2025 and May 2024 that you would have looked at already. But I believe you all are good now. You all should be ready.
Yeah. So I wanted to see your prediction for this year.
As in, what questions coming?
Yeah, like
This,
last year
this,
prediction of the entire paper.
that was for paper two. I already do predictions for paper one. I think it will have a good bit of repeats and some new questions. I must
So
expect
what was your prediction with paper two?
Everything that came except I also thought manufacturing accounts and partnership would have come. And well, it didn't come. But you all will do good tomorrow. I'm not worried at all. I think we could, it's 12 o'clock. I think we could end it here. You all could get some rest. And well, this will be recorded for your viewing pleasure. If you want to go over it, and I will be sending the past paper answers to you all, as well as probably a few others that we didn't do.